enam ei liigu väga.
see on jah, ta võtab selle suure ala siit, et siit
Jaa,
on ka kuulda.
ma arvan, et see on kõige parem.
currently.
Okay.
Evergreen.
Green. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope you have had a nice evening and morning in the city of Tartu. And you're ready to continue with day 2 of our Tartu Hydrogen Days 2025. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the Vice Rector of Research, Mari Mora, to the stage to give the opening words.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm very far from the topic, but you are tackling here. I'm a biologist. I work with biodiversity in my research life, but of course, it's very important that you have gathered here today. And welcome to the Science Day of Tartu Hydrogen Days 2025. I just heard from Enlus that it's the 9th time you gathered together, so quite long history already, out from the doodle years. And it is really a privilege to welcome you in Tartu University, to explore one of the most transformative topics of our time, hydrogen and its role in shaping sustainable future. The energy transition is accelerating globally. Wind and solar power are becoming mainstream, and Estonia has already demonstrated what's possible on a sunny, windy day. Nearly all electricity in our grid comes from renewable resources. But success, of course, brings new challenges. When prices drop to near zero, investment slows, and we need solutions that ensure stability and resilience. And this is where the hydrogen steps in. That's what I have been told. And hydrogen is more than an energy carrier. It's a game changer for industry, transport, and energy security. It enables clean fuel cell vehicles, supports shipping and aviation, and plays a critical role in producing advanced materials for high-tech applications. And unlike generalized power plants, hydrogen systems can be distributed, making energy networks stronger and more flexible. Here in Estonia, we are moving fast. The first hydrogen refilling station is already operating in Tallinn. All hydrogen taxis are on the streets, and Tartu will have its own filling station soon. At the University of Tartu, we are proud to lead research on fuel cells, electrolyzers, and safe storage systems, working hand in hand with industry to run science into solutions. Today is about sharing knowledge, sparking ideas, and building partnerships. The challenges ahead are complex, but together, you especially, or we, have the expertise and creativity to overcome the challenges. Let's make this day of celebration of science, collaboration, and the vision of a cleaner, smarter energy future. I wish you a very fruitful discussions here, and I apologize that I can't stay with you. I should learn more about this topic. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much. A very warm welcome to us all from the University of Tartu. Let's thank Mari Mora once again. And now, before we continue, here's the QR code again that you can use to ask questions from the presenters. And here is the timeline for today and the schedule that we try to, we will do better to stay on time this time. And now, without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor of Balanced Energy Systems from Han University, the Netherlands, Sadek Sadiki. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure seeing you all here. First of all, before the presentation come here, I would like to thank MetroCert and university for the very nice event that's organized here. The topic is, of course, interesting, but more than that, it's how to integrate it in the whole energy system. It's not about just one element, it's more than that. I would like in person thank Perit, Lee, and all colleagues who made Ove, who made this day possible. My name is Sadegh. I'm a professor, full professor and group lead at Balanced Energy Systems at Han University in the Netherlands. And I've been working for 25 years in energy industry. I've been working mostly in Sweden, Finland, and Netherlands. The topic is green molecules for balancing energy systems. So it's putting it in a perspective there. Let's try it. Yeah. Why hydrogen and green molecules matter? Maybe it's obvious, but let's go over that one more time. When we are looking at energy technology, electrification is, of course, the key role, playing the key role there. And as we can see in the US Department of Energy scheme over there in first slide, one can see that a energy system would have mostly electrification coming from different electrical sources. It can be from renewables, solar, wind, maybe more nuclear. We will have already some natural gas or oil or other sources of electricity production. But there are moments in which we have to go toward more a chemical energy storage, and there hydrogen plays a key role. Energy storage is critical, and what we can see here is that for short duration of time, we can go toward batteries. When we go to longer periods, like 1 day, 1 week, or seasonal energy storage, molecules play a key role. This is what I try to show in the right figure over there. When we are looking at that perspective, what we can see is that batteries play for a fast and short period of time. So we are all working with batteries, and there is no competition between hydrogen and batteries, because batteries will have their really large perspective in the energy systems. If we go to a bit more than that, as it's shown in the figure below, for larger periods, like more than 8 hours, then thermal energy storage will play a role. And for large energy storage over a long period of time, then molecules like hydrogen, ammonia, ethylene, methanol, all of them that are hydrogen carriers will be critical for energy systems. So we are talking about a system that complements batteries. It's not competing, it's not a rival, it's a complementary system towards what is already existing in the grid. How serious is hydrogen? Is it just a beautiful fundamental studies at the university, or is it more about how we call it, practical solution on the ground? As we can see right now, over 1,500 hydrogen projects are announced worldwide. More than 600 billion euros of investment are there. Every day in the news, you may find some news saying that this project lagged or canceled or added. But when we are looking at the bigger picture, hydrogen is going fast. In almost all scenarios, we can see hydrogen is going forward. So as I try to show in this slide, International Energy Agency, British Petroleum, McKinsey, all of them are seeing a niche market for hydrogen. When we are looking at the sector that use the most hydrogen, long duration transport, especially trucks, are a major customer. And when we are looking at a figure above, you can see that not all sectors will be going toward the same amount of hydrogen. We will use it more in transport sector, as you can see here. We will use it in industry, but not that often we will see it in the households. So when we are going to public perception, and people are afraid saying that hydrogen is nice, but I don't want it to be used in my gas stove. That's true. Probably we won't use it there that often, but in industry, in transport sector, hydrogen will play a role. Just to assure that we are looking at it in a right niche market. The figure here shows that direct electrification will be the key role or key player in energy transition, but hydrogen will be one of the key factors over there. So we will be looking at around 10 to 15% use of hydrogen as energy transition method. So in the last couple of slides, I tried to show hydrogen will play a role, not the role. One of the factors in energy transition after electrification will be hydrogen in different forms: pure hydrogen, methanol, ethylene, ammonia. Many different hydrogen carriers will play a role. Examples of success stories or large-scale development are shown from Netherlands here. What we call it Groningen. It's a huge investment from Netherlands Growth Fund. It's 838 million euros investment in hydrogen economy. So the first 150 million euros will be dedicated to research. Already all contracts are done. Some of them are midway of execution. And then it will be 500 million euros as a result of those research and developments. The pilots will be designed and built in the Netherlands. So that is something that will be finished by 2028. To enable an ecosystem around this, not to have it just from Growth Fund in the Netherlands, there are some specific industrial park or research park dedicated to that one. One example is, for example, Connector. It's just for energy transition in Arnhem City. Another example is electricity campus in Arnhem, Netherlands. It was used to be a nuclear power plant, but that nuclear power plant was dismantled, removed completely, and now it's just used for high voltage, low voltage industrial partners who go there. There's both large industries and the small industries, medium enterprises working together to make sure that they are checking the possibility of working together on energy transition. As you can see, it's a huge area in Arnhem, and you can see very different living labs over there. When we are going to examples that are using it more and more, Bosch recently installed the 2.5 megawatt electrolyzer in Deventer, in Netherlands, September 2025. So just less than 1 month ago, the unit started to operate, and they already have electrolyzers installation. They just have even piping for use of hydrogen and also oxygen, because when you have electrolyzers, you produce both hydrogen and oxygen, and both of them are now being used there. And the interesting fact is that we can use every byproduct of this process as well. So that's another example of industrial use of hydrogen. On EU and Netherlands, again, since I'm here as a guest to complement your valuable efforts in Estonia, for example, Netherlands hydrogen pipeline, as we call it, backbone, will play a key role, and that's one of the strategic projects in the Netherlands. So from Port of Rotterdam to German border, all of that way should be a backbone of hydrogen, and that's play a key role for industries to buy cheap hydrogen, not a very expensive hydrogen. Another example is offshore demonstration of electrolyzers or hydrogen production, or the solar farm for producing hydrogen. So as mentioned many times, solar and wind are very valuable renewable energy sources, but they are intermittent. Assure that we will have energy storage means we can have batteries, but hydrogen or any chemical can play a better role there. For industrial decarbonization, as said, I'm not going toward household changes because there's a lower chance or probability that hydrogen will be used. For industrial use cases, we will go firstly, for example, to steel manufacturing, steel, cement manufacturing, and many other energy-intensive industries are very hard to electrify. This is what we call it hard to abate industries. And why it is hard? Because the processes use a form of high-intensive carbon production there. For example, here, iron that have oxygen with it, iron oxide, should be changed to iron. And for example, before they used coal, then they changed it to natural gas. And now in Sweden, the hybrid project is changing the process in a way that natural gas is replaced with hydrogen. So that's a really successful public-private partnership in Sweden. For mobility, there is a lot of developments. It was mentioned that both Netherlands and Estonia and other countries are using vehicles with hydrogen or fuel cells there, but there are more and more trucks who will use hydrogen from one hub to another hub. For example, between Germany and Netherlands, or between different countries, one can use a hydrogen filling station just for trucks. And that's going very fast. We have hydrogen trucks already in operation. Another example that we can go is battleizer concept. That was just a university idea. Then it became a startup, and now it's industrialized. It's being used both in Netherlands and in Germany, and large contracts are being built over using battleizers. It's both battery and electrolyzer mixed in one system. So there are the ideas coming from university, from startups, will go toward a more mature version. The nice thing about hydrogen is that when we are looking at electricity and batteries, it has been used and industrialized for 100 years. So it's no really huge development in market, because market is already ready for that. And that's a winning case for electricity. For hydrogen, market is quite thirsty. So I would say there are lots of new ideas who would go toward industrialization. European Union in general have a role for hydrogen, and as you can see, powered gas. So having, for example, electrolyzers producing hydrogen, then mixing this hydrogen with CO2 from energy-intensive industries mix and making fuels like methanol, ethylene, or methane. And those chemical substances can be stored underground or anywhere that can be used. There are examples of where we can have the EU pathways realized. When it comes to energy security, what is the role of hydrogen? It's critical to understand that energy security goes hand in hand with energy diversity. I'm sure when you ask different group of people in different geographical areas, people have different tendencies of saying, I like gas, I like wind power, I like nuclear, and that's fine. But none of them in itself, and just having one element for energy conversion will make it secure, because if we have cut off gas, or if we have problems with nuclear, what will happen afterwards? So we should have a basket of different energy carriers, and I think for that reason, we want to diversify energy sources. This is critical for any country, so I'm not putting it for one country. All countries should have a basket of different energy carriers. So for that perspective, I think diversification of energy sources is critical for energy security. We can have seasonal energy stored in caverns, so we are not talking about having huge tankers for storing hydrogen or methane or any other gas. We can store it on already existing reservoirs. For Netherlands and Nordics, we have the corridors for ensuring that the gases will be transferred from one place to another place, and we should make sure that we have a strategic autonomy. So this is what I try to show here. It's already being built, these backbones of transferring gases, hydrogens or methane or any other gas is there. We should just make sure that we are always keeping them alive. And when we go toward use of diversified energy carriers, the problem comes back to the fact that they will become very difficult to handle. And by means of difficult, it means that we should make sure we have a good control and a strategy for switching from one unit to another unit. So here, for example, the advanced digital methods will play a key role. For example, Ramboll, it's a big company active in Nordics, Denmark, Sweden, and other countries. They're having a virtual or digital twins, virtual replicates of grids, pipelines, storage, many different energy sources that can tell you when something is happening with, for example, solar farm, how to switch to another electricity or hydrogen or any other source of energy. We should predict failures, we should optimize balancing and integrate flows, and we should reduce the risk, minimize the risk, and accelerate scaling. So what happened in Spain and Portugal was an example of how it's critical for us to make sure that it happens very accurately. So a small unbalancing element in the system cannot make the whole system unstable. There are examples that I put, because this is a scientific day, from general topic, I go to a bit of like more technical challenges. when we are looking at advanced digital methods, it's very easy to talk about many different OpenAI, Google, many different big players, but most of them so far are not physics-based. And this is what we at university can play a key role. This is an example of what we did in our group. So we try to have a physics-based AI. So in that sense, we are mixing both advanced digital methods and machine learning with physical phenomena, with equations, with fundamental studies to make sure that the AI is basing its prediction over what is a physical rule suggests us to do. Materials and intermittency will play a key role in challenges we have to solve. Materials are nice in laboratory, even in pilot units, but when it goes to long duration use of materials, some of them will be fragile. So materials remain costly and fragile. Integration across scales are not sufficiently mature enough, so we should work on that one. For example, when we talk about electrolyzers, large scale electrolyzers are coming to operation, but we are not yet sure how long. Will it be 10 years, 20 years, or how many years will they be really efficient as they should be? And heat management and intermittency play a key role. When we are talking about thermal energy, thermal management of the electrochemical cells, probably all of you have seen battery examples exploding. You can see it in motorcycles, you can see it in the large scales, you can see it even in cars that because of the thermal runaways, they start to increase the temperature and then all at once they explode or they start to get fire. So thermal management is critical. Previously, we had little number of batteries in operation in cars or in houses, but now they will increase. So for batteries, for fuel cells, for electrolyzers, thermal management is one of the issues that we have been trying to handle. And this is an example of, again, our work with that one. The figure on the right-hand side here shows how the planning of thermal management of batteries or electrolyzers or fuel cells should operate. So this is an active area for research, especially for the car manufacturers, because it's a limited area. It should be lightweighted. So in that sense, I think it's important that we find a solution that fits that operation. For intermittent operation, electrolyzers are designed for a steady electricity current. And when we have a kind of like intermittent from wind or solar, again, the efficiency will drop rapidly. I have 2 more slides. I know the time is passing very fast. The market interface. We all know about the markets with electrolyzers, fuel cells, and equipment related to hydrogen economy. But there are new markets arising. For example, the left figure shows a company called Nubian. It had nothing to do with hydrogen, but now, interestingly, because it's an energy-intensive industry, it's used hundreds of megawatts of energy, it was important for them to find alternative for energy. This is one thing. Another one is that they have been working with salt caverns. So now they can store hydrogen in their caverns when they don't use electricity that they bought already. So it's an example of a company that doesn't have anything to do with hydrogen, but now just shifted toward a new market. When we are looking at the source of hydrogen, again, it's important to see that between different countries, the sources can be very different. Some countries will have green hydrogen, some of them will have blue hydrogen. So it means that some countries have natural gas, they convert it to hydrogen, and they will have probably a cheaper hydrogen. Some countries will have a lot of renewable electricity in some seasons or some periods. They will convert it by electrolyzer to hydrogen, and the price will be changing. So as you can see, we will have a wide range of hydrogen production economies, and we have to make ourselves prepared from where do we want to buy hydrogen, where do we want to produce hydrogen, will it be competitive in market or not? So market will have a huge impact on how do we design our hydrogen economy. A conclusion from my presentation is that we will have hydrogen economy going forward nicely, but we have to make sure that we are looking at it both in policy, in industry and academia. For policy, it's important that we have a enabling regulation for hydrogen infrastructure, that we fund cross-border hydrogen. It's important that countries are connected like what it was for natural gas. For industry, it's important that we commit to scaling up hydrogen use or methanol or ethylene or anything that fits those industries. And we invest in digital twins or flexible demand. So not all the time they should use one energy carrier. And for academia, we should make sure that we develop circular materials, advanced electrochemical systems, and train next generation engineers. So human capital will play a key role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and for the comprehensive overview of what Netherlands is doing in this area. Do we have time for a couple of questions? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to ask one? Okay, one over there. Should we use this blue? Works?
The next presentation.
Thank you.
I was wondering, you mentioned about in the transportation sector, you measured about trucks and everybody's trucks. What about trains? Can we run the trains on hydrogen? Let's say they have fixed stations, test stations. If you have at the end terminals hydrogen, you can refill and then the fixed tracks and fixed timings.
I mean, one key point yesterday in the discussion was that some industries are more conservative than the others. So it comes to the fact that, for example, marine industry that will be playing a role, for example, in ammonia use instead of hydrogen, making themselves ready because of the IMO. But for trains, I haven't heard that much momentum there. The niche market that you say fundamentally is there. Theoretically, it's possible, but I haven't seen many train producers to go towards hydrogen. So I'd rather go into that first niche market will be trucks or buses, and the second one would be probably the marine industry using hydrogen. But while I'm not saying it's not possible for trains, I haven't seen it that momentum yet.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I have one, maybe a quick one, maybe stupid one. You mentioned using the AI models. Why do you want to use AI models?
I mean, the point is that it's critical for any type of complex system to make it somehow independent from human errors. So when we go just from, for example, let's say traditional power plants, one operator looks at the pressure drop. If it works, then it works. If it's deviating, then it makes small changes. But imagine a system that you have hydrogen, you have natural gas, you have solar and wind, and you have many different factors. Will you rely on a human operator to do that? Probably everyone can make mistakes. So their AI plays a key role to provide an informed solution to the operator so they will decide it. So digital twins, AI will play a key role in complex systems, including energy systems. So it's not the only solution that we can use, but it's a really important niche market that we can use as AI as a help to the human operators.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, then let's thank Professor once more. And our next presenter comes from this very building. It's Associate Professor Rasmus Palm, and he's going to talk more about storage systems for hydrogen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yours.
Does the microphone also work for online? Okay, excellent. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and I will try to do a quick introduction into hydrogen storage systems and what we are dealing with exactly in the research field. So currently, why is storage important is to understand what are the overall goals. So of course, hydrogen is envisioned to be a critical element for the green transition towards greenhouse gas emission-free economy. And even in the more pessimistic views or the current projects, it's envisioned by 2050 that 10% of EU energy should be covered by renewable hydrogen. And even by 2030, based on current plans, it should be 10 megatons of produced renewable hydrogen and 10 megatons of imported. So that's a pretty high amount for EU. In addition to that, we must understand that the global demand is envisioned to be huge if we really want to do a full transition to a greenhouse gas-free economy. And if we don't do that, we're in really big trouble. So hydrogen plays a crucial role in that. Of course, the plans vary a lot, as we can see. It depends on the exact institute, the year, etc. But overall, what we see, the hydrogen percentage of energy from renewable hydrogen varies from 5 to 20% for the global energy demand, which is a considerable amount. And if we start looking at the price, there are different components to realize that. So if we have such a huge amounts, we need to get the price down and need to scale the systems. And we see that per unit of hydrogen, the storage cost is considerable. And even with the predictions of plans to get the cost down, it's still considerably high. So it makes up a huge, considerable proportion of the final hydrogen price. Of course, it depends on the distance, the production site, the use site, the geographical location, etc. But on average, it is a considerable thing to take into account. So research is required to improve that. So to understand where we are currently now, we must understand that currently 2 main methods are used. And the third one is being taken into use very rapidly. So the main methods are just compressing of hydrogen. This is especially for the small and medium scale. It involves compressing hydrogen from pressures to 300 to 700 bars. To reach 700 bars or higher, of course, we start needing composite tanks, usually type 4 or even type 5 is developed, which means that the cost goes up. And also with higher pressures, you have the leakage dangers, safety hazards, etc. It's not a novel technology, as already Toyota Mirai considerable years ago showed off their type 4 tanks for 700 bars. And because of their composite structure, they also save on the mass. So if you want a lower mass, you want to go on the type 4 tanks to go store compressed hydrogen. But of course, to make a composite tank, the cost comes up, which I will show next. So, and to get to 700 bars, you need to compress it. So that is considerable energy demand. The next very widely used, especially for large-scale hydrogen storage, is liquefied. To liquefy hydrogen, we need to cool it down to 20 Kelvin. It's very close to the absolute zero, which again involves considerable energy losses. At least 20% of the stored energy is just used to cool it down. We get higher energy densities, of course, but once we cool it down, and if we want to store it over a longer time, we need to keep cooling it or we need to vent it off. So again, we have a problem. But of course, that is used in practice for long-range transport by ships or for stationary storage. For example, NASA's hydrogen-based space fuel, first off, and until now is stored as liquid hydrogen. And the third method, which is very widely now taken into practice or planned for, is underground storage in salt caverns or other geological formations. Of course, we want to have geological formations which are easy to prepare, or they are there already before. So that's why salt caverns are optimal. They're very easy to just by washing out the salt, forming this correct shape, optimal shape, and they're very also hydrogen hermetical. So the risks of hydrogen leakage are low. But with the geological storage, we have this problem that they are geographically located. So there are specific regions. So if you look, for example, in our Baltic region, Estonia, then at least salt caverns are not an option. We don't have these possibilities here. We don't have salt deposits. So if we would like to use geological hydrogen storage, it would involve extra costs for mining out or preparing the previous mines. And if we put these methods together to see the cost, we see that the costs for all these methods are considerable. Of course, the geological one is lowest. And if we go back to the compressed one, which is most widely used, we see that the tank, especially type 4, the carbon fiber, which makes up the type 4 tank cost, is the majority of the tank cost. So if we think about type 1 tank, which is steel, and we compare it to type 4, then we could considerably decrease this part of the cost if we would be able to decrease the pressure and then use a lower type tank. But for that to still keep the hydrogen density, we need to have an alternative storage method. Compression by itself won't work anymore. The hydrogen density will be too low. We will get huge volumes, then the transportation will be problematic. But in practice, it is used for stationary already, where larger refineries use really hydrogen storage at around 40 bars. Huge steel containers, type 1, it works. No problem if you just can put it in the backyard. So one of the alternatives is that in addition to compressing it, we start cooling it down. So we have cryocompression of hydrogen. And for that, we have this, to think about the hydrogen densities, we can think of it as this 3D plot. So we have temperature, we have pressure, and we have the final hydrogen density. And this was investigated by BMW already considerable time ago, over 10 years ago, where they saw the potential of getting the density from 70 grams per liter for liquefied up to 80 grams per liter by using both compression and cooling down. So we can get above liquid hydrogen density by combining these two effects. But still the energy requirement is there. We need to cool it down, we need to compress it. We have the problems of the considerable pressure, and we have the problems of the insulation of the system, all combined together. And to reach really the 80 grams per liter, the temperature are still below 200 Celsius, right? Around 120 Kelvin, what they envisioned. So the insulation is the tank cost will be still high because of all the complex systems. So we want to improve on that. So one of the possibilities is we take the same base logics. We take compression, we take cooling down, but let's add some material which is able to take up the hydrogen. So now we get to cryoadsorption, where the idea is that by physical interactions, by physical adsorption, the material inside takes hydrogen up into a higher density adsorbed phase, thanks to which we can get the pressure even lower and can use higher temperatures. So here is a very nice composite study of different adsorbents where the black lines are just cryoadsorption, what density can be reached. And where the colored lines are different materials and the different colors are at different temperatures, right? And we can see that thanks to the use of an adsorbent, in this case, a wide variety of commercially available or widely reported adsorbents, we can get a considerable increase in the hydrogen density, especially at pressures of around 100 bars. And 100 bars is already the range where we usually use type 1 tanks. So the possibility of getting higher density, even though we still need cooling in this case, and as you can see, the cooling is considerable, 150 Kelvin is still minus 120 Celsius, right? The effect is there, so we can start off with that. So then the question is, what determines the adsorbent's capability of confining the hydrogen? Maybe it is possible to design adsorbents which are better for that. And we can think this is an idealized structure of a metal organic framework as an example to understand what is critical property. So we can envision there is a crystalline structure of metal centers with organic ligands, and inside there is this colored sphere. This is the pore. And also in other materials, we have these pores, these empty volumes of the material where hydrogen can get into it. And this is a very well-performing metal organic framework, which is also exhibited here as one of the better higher densities obtaining. And we see that the pores are pretty small. So they are 10 to 100 times the length scale of a single atomic bond. And this is able to confine hydrogen thanks to the chemical specific interactions with the metal centers, but also thanks to the well-tuned pore size. So the question is, can we tune the pore size even better to confine the hydrogen more strongly? And for that, there has been shown cases first of theoretical calculations. What happens at different pore sizes with hydrogen? Or the internal pressure, which means basically the confining effect of hydrogen is so strong that its pressure inside the pores starts going much above that of the outer pressure, which is pressurized. As we can see here, even though the outer pressure, with the lowering of the pore size, the internal pressure rapidly increases, right? So the smaller the pore, the stronger the confining effect. This has been modeled also to show that even if the pores go small enough, it really creates this very deep potential well. So the interaction energy of hydrogen with the pore gets very strong. It is confined very strongly, which means that just temperature doesn't kick it off, and it forms a dense phase in there. And this effect has been calculated for different pore sizes, where narrower pores have a deeper well, right? And it has also been experimentally shown, this is back calculated from neutron scattering experiments, to see what is really the hydrogen density inside these different pore sizes. And it has been shown that if the pore size gets below a critical size scale, then even at room temperature, we get hydrogen densities inside these pores, which is above that of liquid hydrogen. Can you imagine that? We have 70 grams per liter liquid hydrogen density at room temperature, just by confining inside the space, right? It's but you could then say you could do the same in hydrides, right? Which also chemically bind it. But the bonus here is that the energy is still lower, which means that we can get it easily out and easily in. It's more reversible process. The efficiency is higher, but it gets to the similar degree already. The interaction is strong, we get a high density. But of course, the problem is that to get these optimal materials, metal organic frameworks, for example, the synthesis is expensive for suitable materials. They are not always most stable at different pressures, oxygen, water sensitivity, etc. So it's not economical. Also, we still need the metal centers, we need the precursors, etc. It's not the easiest thing to scale up, especially in the case where we want a sustainable economy. And the second problem, if we start using other types of materials, is that maybe the material is non-uniform. Like in this case, yeah, for a certain pore size, they were able to calculate it. But in practice, not all the pores in the material were 9 angstrom, right? So we have different ratio pores. So the average hydrogen density is still lower overall throughout the material. So we want a material which is scalable, sustainable, cost-effective, and it has uniformly optimal structure. And for this, we use different methods of investigating. So I will do it quickly. We use neutron scattering methods and pore size distribution. So pore size distribution gives us exactly if we have the optimal pore size or not. And through the neutron scattering methods, we are able to exactly see what the hydrogen does inside. So before it was shown how the hydrogen density was calculated back, and we investigate exactly hydrogen interactions in different sized pores for model materials. And we are able to show that hydrogen, for example, is confined in certain pore shapes much better. So if you have spherical or cylindrical pores, hydrogen is more strongly confined than in slit-like. Slit-like can be imagined as graphite-like sheets, which is more typical. And then we also showed that depending on the absorption layer, how far it is, it has different interaction potential. So the confinement depends also in the exact position, how if it goes inside one absorption layer or between layers. And also the strongly confined hydrogen in these very narrow pores is able to affect the adsorbent material itself, which we saw by neutron scattering methods. So if you imagine that carbon is like this graphite-like sheets, of course, we don't use ideal graphite, so usually it's not ideally organized like this, but it has this characteristic sheet shape. Then we saw that if we had hydrogen loading, then at certain low temperatures, the hydrogen loading inside these ultramicropores, because of the huge pressure created in these pores, caused the ordering of these sheets. So we have also interesting dynamical effects from this strong hydrogen confinement, which can be seen by the neutron scattering methods. And of course, going back to the sustainability and economical side, we're investigating and developing the potential of using biomass-derived carbons by specialized synthesis methods, so we get really ultra micropores. So in this study, we were able to get materials dominantly ultra micropores. So also we saw it that in hydrogen adsorption isotherms, we saw that the hydrogen adsorbed dominantly at low pressures. And based on that, if hydrogen adsorbs dominantly at low pressures, we can ramp up the temperature to keep the high loading and thus get closer to the dream of effective cryoadsorption. And this dream is effective enough that we have a collaboration with Estank, Estonian company, to really bring it to reality. To bring reality the idea that we can use relatively higher temperatures of up to -80 Celsius and lower pressures of 40 bar to achieve considerably higher hydrogen densities, which would form a more economical, efficient system for the medium and medium-small scale hydrogen storage. And of course, this work is possible only thanks to a lot of collaborations. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Professor Rasmus? Yes. Yes.
You mean the porosity, right? So it depends on the material. To achieve the spherical porosity is really hard, and this was achieved in case of model carbide-derived carbon from silicate carbide, which is not economically viable for the large-scale use. So that's another question. How do you use a sustainable precursor material in a sustainable synthesis method to achieve the same? And even in this case, it wasn't completely spherical. It was like dominantly, or the average pore was more towards spherical than cylindrical or slit-like. It's very hard to imagine a purely spherical pore because it would mean it's completely separated. It's non-accessible. So there must be some kind of cylindrical or other type, at least dimensionally open porosity, right, for the hydrogen to get in. But for the fundamental investigation, we obtained a material which was as close as we imagine possible for the spherical porosity. The bonus of bio is that we have considerable amount of different bio waste available, which doesn't have economical use without the emission of CO2. And this use will directly mean that we take the carbon from the bio waste, which otherwise would be emitted as CO2, and confine it and take it out as carbon for a long time use. So it's not emitted as CO2, it will be confined in the system, and it will be used to store renewable hydrogen. So we confine, the idea is that we take CO2 from potential emissions and use it to store renewable energy source to extra decrease the CO2 emissions.
Our last question.
Hi, this is Imre Treifeld with Remed Technologies. So if you had this kind of a physics-sorbing hydrogen storage material, as a customer, how would I use it? Like I would imagine like you would put hydrogen in a tank that has this powder in it, and then you would just some pressure on it, and then you would absorb, right?
You mean as a final customer, right?
As
or
a
an
user.
intermediate?
Or like, yeah, how does the material actually work? Like, do you have to cool the hydrogen down to get it absorbed into the material?
Yeah, so as mentioned, our plan is to get considerable hydrogen densities at -80 Celsius. So that, of course, means cooling down. And the most optimal way we envision is we cool down already the hydrogen flow inside, in addition to the container cooling, to really keep at that temperature. And before that, of course, we need to degas it. So if we synthesize a carbon, it's open air or argon or nitrogen. We need to get rid of the gas, right, to open up the porosity. And then when it's completely degassed, we can put hydrogen in. We need to get the high density, we need to cool it down, and then we need to also apply the hydrogen at some pressure, but 40 bars is to the range that in the optimal case, maybe can use electrolyzers directly, right? We don't need the extra compressor, but compressor could be used for cooling, so it's a combined effect. So in addition to all the hydrogen being inside the material, we also have a free volume which has gaseous hydrogen, right? So as soon as we open the valve, we let the overpressure out. So let's say we store at 40 bars, it starts for 40 bars. And if the absorption, desorption equilibrium goes towards desorption, so the material starts releasing hydrogen also. So it's in the sense it's open the wall. There's some thermal enthalpic effects, of course, which need to be equilibrated, or it needs some time for equilibration. But overall, it's self-releasing because it's under overpressure, right?
All right, thank you very much. I will ask one final question before you go, and then we can thank you, which is that what help, if any, do you need to make the product possible?
Well, we have the most excellent help from Estank through the collaboration project, and we're looking for other possible collaborations, especially for the scale up of these carbon materials, and in other fields also for larger scale testing, etc. Because testing such a system is a non-trivial task if it goes really to the like ton level, right?
All right. So if anyone here would like to catch up Rasmus during the coffee break, please do. And so let's thank Rasmus once more. And next, as we heard from the two previous presentations, we also need a lot of very smart people to do all of those things. So next we have the director of Virumaa College here, Mare Roosileht, to talk about scaling up the workforce for these kind of systems.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name, as you said, Mare Roosileht, and I'm director of Virumaa College of Tallinn University of Technology. And today, I would like to speak about how education and workforce development can help Estonians secure in hydrogen future. And this presentation is based on our work in project H2COV, and also on activities connected to Estonian just transition process. Our goal is to make sure that people in Estonia have the right skills for green energy transition and for the hydrogen economy, which is now developing very fast. Some words about this project. The project name is Hydrogen Centers of Vocational Excellence. And it runs from 2024 to 2028 and focuses on two things: developing hydrogen training courses and also creating regional and also European networks for learning and cooperation. So it's not only about teaching, but also building a strong hydrogen education ecosystem across Europe. This is an international project and cooperation between education and industry. This project brings together 19 partners from 5 regions, from Norway, Austria, Estonia, the Netherlands, and Ukraine. And the main goal of this project, build regional hydrogen vocational excellence centers. We call them HIVEs. We want to make sure that Europe has a skilled workforce needed to move towards clean and sustainable energy system. Why it's important? Hydrogen plays a very important role in Europe green transition. It helps to reduce emissions, support energy security, and drives innovation in many industries. But none of this can happen without people who have the right skills. Today, across Europe, there are big gaps in knowledge and training, especially in technical, safety, and system integration skills. That is why we are working to connect universities, vocational schools, and companies into the learning network. Actually, the education is the key to turning hydrogen plans into real projects. In this project in Estonia, actually TalTech Virumaa College is a regional coordinator, and we work together with Estonian Innovation Academy, Tartu Vocational School, and Skype Corp Technology. Our task in this project to map Estonian hydrogen competence and labor needs, to develop new courses and modules, and to create stronger cooperation between education, research, and industry. By doing this, we also support Estonians' energy independence, innovation capacity, and green industrial growth. As part of this project, we created an interactive map of the Estonian hydrogen ecosystem. This map is based on the Estonian Hydrogen Directory developed by the Estonian Investment Agency and Hydrogen Valley Estonia in 2024. This map shows that around 70 companies and different organizations that are active in different parts of the hydrogen value chain, from renewable energy and production to storage, logistics, and research and development. And the largest group you can see in this slide, the largest groups are in storage and distribution, mobility, and renewable energy. And the research organizations like TalTech, University of Tartu, Estonian Innovation Academy, and VOCO are also strongly represented. This interactive map helps us to see where hydrogen development is happening, find new cooperation partners, and identify gaps in workforce and education. And you can explore this map in online. It's available on Google Maps and will be updated as the sector grows. To understand what kind of skills the hydrogen sector needs, we used 5 research tools. First, we reviewed national and European hydrogen strategies and education reports. Second, we analyzed job advertisements to see what occupations are already emerging. Third, we carried out online surveys among companies to ask what skills they need. Fourth, we conducted interviews with stakeholders and employees along the whole hydrogen value chain. And finally, we organized regional workshops to validate and discuss the results. And the goal was to identify current and future hydrogen-related skills for vocational and higher education, and to prepare regional roadmap of course development. Estonia's hydrogen economy is still developing, but it's growing fast. Today, around 40 organizations work in hydrogen production, storage, logistics, and research. So key drivers are Hydrogen Valley Estonia initiative and hydrogen cluster. Our main focus sector are renewable hydrogen production, for example, Alexela and Eesti Energy, mobility applications such as SkyCorp hydrogen drones, and research and development carried out by TalTech, Tartu, University of Tartu, Voco, and Estonian Aviation Academy. According to our national hydrogen roadmap, by 2035, we aim to move from pilot projects to industrial scale and finally export readiness. There is a strong cooperation between research, education, and also small companies, but still a limited number of trained professionals. In Estonia, hydrogen education is already developing in different schools. For example, in TalTech Virumaa College, we teach topics like electrolysis, storage, and system integration. At the Tartu Vocational School, students can learn about hydrogen compression, storage, and distribution. The University of Tartu focuses on electrochemistry and material science. And while the Estonian Aviation Academy explores hydrogen use in aviation. And in addition, MetroCert is building competence in safety and testing. However, there are still no complete hydrogen study programs, and we are missing short practical courses for technicians and engineers. In this picture, you can see the hydrogen testing station, which is built in Virumaa College. And this is a part of a Competence Center for Sustainable Chemistry Technology. And here, so students, teachers, and companies can safety test hydrogen systems and see how they work in real life. This unit has 2 connected reactors. The first one works at about 600 degrees and the second at 1000 degrees with a special catalyst. This setup makes it possible to turn different kind of waste, like bio-waste, plastic, and water treatment residues, into hydrogen and syngas more efficiently. Our study shows that industry in Estonia urgently needs new specialists. We need technicians for operating electrolyzers, maintaining storage and transport systems, and ensuring safety. We need engineers who design and integrate hydrogen systems. Also, we need experts who understand automation, sensors, and digital monitoring. At the moment, education is not yet aligned with these needs. We must develop new modular learning pathways that connect vocational, higher, and lifelong learning. And very important is a collaboration between schools and companies. I can say that this is a key to access. Here you can see the full hydrogen value chain, from basic knowledges and safety through production, compression, storage, and distribution to usage and policy. Each part of this chain requires specific skills. We can say that in Estonia, we have a strong research base at the university level, but we have too few learning courses, learning programs for technicians and operators. This is a gap we must fill the next few years. We identified 4 main training priorities in Estonia. First, hydrogen fundamentals, covering awareness, safety, and basic knowledges for everyone. Second, electrolyzer operation and safety, which provides hand-on training for technicians and operations. Third, hydrogen storage and logistics, focusing on compression, liquefaction, and transport. And fourth, market and policy frameworks to managers and planners who need to understand regulation, certifications, and business models. All programs must be designed together with companies, use practical learning environment, and be modular so they can easily grow and adapt. Hydrogen education needs not only good teachers, but also very important is a right infrastructure. We need hydrogen laboratories, simulators, and training systems that allow students to learn safely. Hands-on learning is just as important as theory. We also need micro-degree programs, short, flexible courses that help people already working in the industry to upskill quickly. These programs should be recognized across Europe so that workers can move and work freely within the hydrogen sector. Effective hydrogen training requires cooperation between industry, academy, and vocational education. In the middle of this ecosystem is H2 Skill Lab, a shared place where all partners can work together. It can be used by student training, professional upskilling, certification, and also research on new technical teaching methods. By sharing resources and facilities, Estonia can build a world-class hydrogen training ecosystem, even with our small size. To make all of this possible, we follow 4 main principles. First, industry co-creation, working directly with companies to make sure our courses are practical and relevant. The second is practice-based learning. At least 40% of study time should be in laboratories on real systems. Third, the modular scalability. Courses should be short and flexible so people can build qualification step by step. And fourth is national collaboration. We must work together, share labs, and have a unified quality system. This way, our training will stay strong, efficient, and future ready. Estonia now has a great opportunity to become a regional leader in hydrogen skill and training. We already have strong research institutions, motivated partners, and growing industry interest. Now is the time to move from plans to action, to start pilot courses, open new labs, and train the first generation of hydrogen professionals. If we act early, we can attract talent, investment, and also new industries to Estonia. The hydrogen economy is developing quickly all over the world, and we must be ready to lead, not to follow. This slide gives an overview of the comparison between the 5 regional partners participating in H2Go project. Each country is at different stage of hydrogen development. Estonia is in early phase and still building our hydrogen ecosystem. Norway already has major industry, while the Netherlands is even more advanced. Austria is in the intermediate stage, and Ukraine is just starting developing. And also the focus of each country is also different. In Estonia, the main focus in research and development and integrating renewable energy sources. Norway is concentrating on maritime, storage, and logistics. The Netherlands focus on large industry clusters and hydrogen safety. Austria works mainly with green mobility and fuel cells, and Ukraine focuses on pipeline systems and material research. Even though the countries are in different stage, they all face the same challenge: a shortage of skilled workers. All regions agree that we need stronger and more connected hydrogen education systems to support the growing hydrogen economy. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank all our partners in this project and also everyone who working for hydrogen education in Estonia and in Europe. If you want to read more about this project, you can take this, scan this QR code or go to this web link, and there you can find more information about this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you have a couple of quick questions? Yes, over there.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's very important, and we are very interesting from cooperation with you and to show what materials you already have and to change our knowledges. I think with this project we can't solve this problem, but it's very important to make the first steps, and anyway to make such kind of micro degree courses to find the smart people who already work in this field and to make cooperation. I think it's very important to cooperate with different universities and also industries. Very important. Thank you.
All right, let's thank Mara once again for her work on building the talent. And next, allow me to welcome Allan and Niidu from TalTech as well to talk about energy security.
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far. Thank you. Thanks for the floor. So again, it used to be security, but let's make it clear, hydrogen doesn't guarantee any security for anybody, just itself. So you have to have a system. So we at Viruma College don't have a system for that, but we have something different. So today's talk is about hydrogen as a part of energy solution. We have a plastics perspective. So I will give you a little bit piece of data about Estonia. If there's something wrong, you can correct me later or ask nasty questions, please. And then we go to what is plastic? Why is it a problem? So, and why we should try to solve it. And then what we can do at Viruma College. And afterwards, there will be a small advisement also for the project that actually Mara was talking about just a second ago. So, yeah, it works. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, cool. So in Estonia, what we do, we mostly import our energy. So clearly that you can claim it's a security problem. Of course it is. Can we solve it? If you think about it, it's kind of what we do. Like we have 73% roughly, 74% fossil fuels. We produce shale oil. That's pretty much the only fuel that we produce. If you think about the fossil fuels, so it's really hard to get rid of it. But what we do, we actually sell it as a bunkering fuel for the shipping industry, maritime industry. So we do actually export fuels a little bit, but mostly if you think about transportation, even if you think about, let's say, electricity production, the same. We import resources that we use to produce energy for us. So, yeah, there's a consumption, it really doesn't matter. Point is kind of one sentence here is important, that not only Estonia, but also all the Baltic states are where? In energy deficit. We need more energy than we produce. I think it's kind of one of the reasons we are there is, this is my personal opinion, we shut down Ignalina. That was part of the deal of Lithuania getting to EU and everything, that kind of stuff. So if you would have Ignalina still working, actually if you go to the Russian side, Tsarskoye or Sosnovy Bor, sorry. There is kind of pretty much the same type of nuclear reactor still working. And it's, let's say, from Estonia's perspective, it's even more dangerous because it's kind of at enemy's hands, so to speak, and it's closer to Estonia than Ignalina. So if we wouldn't have done that, we actually would have enough energy, more or less. But maybe not the future. If you think about you want to have more industry, actually energy requirement goes up. It's unavoidable. You can't avoid it. So there's a problem. So how we can solve it or try to solve it? One way to go about it is that we use, let's say, waste streams to produce energy. I have to also make a disclaimer that from Estonian perspective, using only waste generated in Estonia, it's really impossible to produce enough energy. So it's not in any slides there, but yeah, I hope that most of you really already understand that by now. So, but still, we can offer a solution. Either if it's not for Estonia only, but if we produce technology, it can be maybe, let's say, maybe European or global solution. We really don't know, because if it's free market, it means kind of if you produce the technology, you really don't know if it's going to be adopted by anybody, besides yourself. So, beside that, we most likely, if you want to have more industry, we're going to increase the energy demand. There's a kind of also resource demand that will be increased. Globally, we have a problem that we are producing too much stuff. We are throwing it away. I'd say maybe still with accelerating rate. So it's kind of, we just every year throw more and more stuff away. So there you go. You try to kind of make waste the resource. And pretty much the only way you can do is kind of try to go circular, or however you define it, but you have those two diagrams here. One is in Estonian, one is in English. So point is that what you want to do, you want to kind of use your products. If you can't use it anymore, let's say this computer case, keyboard, whatever, you just don't throw it away. You make a new stuff out of it. Take the materials, renew it, and in principle, that should kind of save at least part of, let's say, environmental costs that we are actually exerting to the global Earth. Oh, yeah, there's no local Earth. Earth is global. Sorry about that. So bear that in mind. Let's say in principle, if we produce waste here, it might have impact somewhere else at later date somewhere. So what we do, 400 million tons, 2022. So right after COVID, in principle, doesn't show the COVID slump. COVID actually was slump. You could really see if you have any data on industrial production, you can see 2020, 21, boom. And it's rebounding back. So, and if you think about it, what we can do, you can see kind of how we recycle it. Let's say blue one, the gray one is how much we have. The recycling, roughly what we do is like less than 10%. So we produce millions of tons of some stuff. We throw it mostly away. We recycle 10%. We are so good to the environment. Maybe that's not overly important, but yeah, you can see that Asia, especially China, is producing quite a bit. So it's not a surprise, I hope. Because let's say why Europe can say that we are environmentally benign, good people, because we outsourced all the waste. We outsourced production. And now it's just, now we have a problem. We outsource too much. Because China now tells us that, hey guys, you want to have stuff, you play nice with us, or else. So it's a conundrum. So, and we started it like 20, 30 years ago, in 1990s. I remember first documentaries about steel workers in Germany shipping away the factories to China, set them up, and then they were fired, sacked. Simple as that. They were useless after setting up the factories in China. Of course, it went in that way, not in every field, but that was one example. So if you think about what kind of plastics we're producing, so take note that, let's say, polyethylene, polypropylene, kind of accounts roughly for half of all the plastic production. So where we have a problem, if you think about why you need plastics, they're cheap to make, nowadays, they actually do pretty much everything that we need. The substitute for steel, for example, for bricks, for isolation materials. So it's kind of, we now to try to reinvent the, let's say, isolation materials for the construction, for heat insulation that were used like 100 years ago. Now we use plastics almost universally, let's say. And we just can't recycle those. Why? Because they're made to be stable. That's the problem. So if you think about the future, where you want to go, where it should be going, is that we need to design new polymers universally. Because, hey guys, because everything contains some chemicals, some polymers. Glues is most likely artificial material, polymer. Okay, this is natural polymer. It's cotton. It's recycled, yeah. Retos. Yeah. So, but other than that, if you think about the materials, they contain polymers universally. And how we recycle those? If you're lucky, we are going to burn them. If you're not lucky, it's going to be thrown away. So they're really stable. And the problem is that they are not designed to be recycled really easily. Oh, maybe, yeah, okay. 10%. So, you know. And there's also another question, when plastic becomes waste. Some things, let's say, if the food packaging becomes waste as soon as you open it. You throw it. Let's say you have some kind of piece of meat packaged in plastic. You take it off, throw away, you cook the meat, done. Some stuff, let's say parts of refrigerator, they become waste. They used to become waste in 20 years. Nowadays it's like 5 years. It seems that everything is breaking down faster than it used to. I don't know. Let's say my first, what it was, but okay. My first dishwasher actually lasted almost 10 years. Second one started to rust in 2 years. That was kind of, yeah. Just washing the clothes, pretty much the same, everything. Kind of, you remember the stuff. Okay, maybe you're too young, but but you never know. The point is that they're not made to last, but still, pipelines, everything kind of has different lifespan, but it eventually becomes a waste. So it's stable enough. Yeah, good. Do we utilize them correctly? No, we don't. Why not? Because really, we actually, in Europe, we have told ourselves that we can't burn them. If you go to Japan, for example, they don't care. It's the cheapest way to handle the plastic waste, or actually any waste that burns, just burn it. Use it for electricity and heat. We think it's kind of bad for other reasons, but yeah, economically, that's currently one of the most viable ways to do that. So, of course, we don't want to do that, but here we don't. What we don't do, currently at least, we don't design new plastics in order for them to be recycled. We design new plastics include CO2 as a carbon material. So that's that's not the right way to go, at least in my opinion. Okay, I'm just also telling that it's my opinion. Why? Because using CO2 is fine. I don't mind, because let's say in future, we just don't know when, oil is going to run out. We haven't found new places for oil for some years already. We found huge gas fields actually outside coast of, let's say, South America, in Guyana. It's a couple of years ago when Venezuela offered the kind help, say, can we invade you guys? Because you have new gas fields. Yeah, they didn't have power, fortunately. Otherwise, they would have most likely invaded Guyana, like Russia did with Ukraine. Yes, people are the same principle, the mindset. So, if you don't have at some point enough oil, yeah, it's waning down. It's not just going to end abruptly. We can prepare for that. But at some point, we need to have the technologies where we use either biomass or CO2 as a carbon source for all the materials. Let's say, and then it doesn't really make sense to use, let's say, CO2 or biomass to produce ethylene or polyethylene or polypropylene, because that would be kind of shooting yourself in the leg, hurting yourself. So now, Oh, okay, it works. Collection, well, the point is also that not all the plastic is created equal, meaning that you need to separate them if you want to have really, let's say, to recycle them from the product to a new product easily. The example would be PET, so polyethylene terephthalate bottles. Yeah, it can be recycled a few times into new bottles, but the quality of plastic will degrade. It's going to be a universal problem if you do the mechanical recycling. And then what you can do yarns and new clothing. So roughly, yeah, fortunately I remember because I gave a lecture kind of yesterday, 75% of PET is produced for making yarn. Pretty much clothing, different type of, maybe not only clothing, but you have, let's say, textile material for the whatever, let's say, isolation for the ground or whatnot. And 25, or not 20% roughly is going for PET bottles. So, and if you think about plastic bottles, most of them, if not all, are PET, and how much lemonade, water, whatnot you're drinking, you always, let's say, you're producing waste. And it really needs to be separated because, let's say, polyethylene, what it is, just carbon chains. So you pretty much can use it. I would say, if you would want to, you could use it like in a refinery. Go to cracking, you crack it back to the ethylene, oils, whatnot. If you have PET, it's actually polyester. So it can be chemically recycled if you want to, back to monomers. So now we go to the small part that Virumaa College can do. So not because we are small, but because, well, world is big. So yeah, this is also to show off a little bit. 5 kilogram capacity, fast pyrolysis equipment. It's designed for oil shale process simulation. It's not good enough, but it's not perfect, but it's good enough, let's say. So I haven't been using that for the plastic recycling, but this one, hey, I was kind of worried that you talked about the same piece of equipment. So, fortunately, she wasn't going into too much detail. My boss, same thing. So this two-stage reactor is meant for production of syngas. If you don't know what syngas is mixture, primarily mixture of hydrogen and CO, so carbon monoxide. Of course, there will be some additional stuff too. It's not pure. What we do, first reaction is pyrolysis reaction, and second one is cracking reactor, sorry. Why we do that is because in this setup, we almost don't have any liquids, only gas phase that comes out. And if you think about, let's say, average pyrolysis system, then you have always 3 products: solids, liquids, gases. Here we have pretty much solid and gas. So what we have been doing there, actually my colleagues more than me, is use, let's say, charcoal as a catalyst, ceramics, oil shale, semi-coke, and so forth. Is it time already, yeah? I hope it's not. Okay, 1 minute. I'm going to be fast, so no worries. So what we can do, as you can see, RDF is refuse waste fuel. It's made from, let's say, organic waste. You make pellets, you call it RDF. But waste, wind turbine blades, sludge. Sludge is from the water purification plant. So meaning that everything that contains organics can be used in that system, produce syngas. And if you purify hydrogen from it, it's for hydrogen production. You can do textiles. Okay, more detailed data, into which I won't be going today. Next time we going to have scientific discussion, then we can also discuss a little more. So, small contribution from our group. We made Zifate. Then we actually made Zifate was made for the purification part, but we also made calcined version of Zifate. which was kind of calcined in KBFI, thanks to our colleagues. And it was used as a catalyst, and lo and behold, it works a little bit, at least. So we could just increase the hydrogen production capacity using different catalysts. So it's also, yesterday I was talking with Gunnar Nork, if I remember correctly, about developing new catalysts for the same system. And I urge you guys, if you have any interest in production of hydrogen from waste materials, we are open to cooperation, especially the catalyst part, which will be really interesting. Okay, I want to do porous materials. Oh, by the way, yesterday, MOF guys won the Nobel Prize. So remind that. And for more information, let's say Professor Otake was from the Susumu Kitagas group just a week ago in Estonia. Before we go, I have to admit my colleagues are lacking, so I was kind of hoping that Olga Pihl would be here because she's the master of the set piece. So I thank you, Olga, and her group that she allowed us to do the cooperation, use the machine. All the people that are in our group are here. So yeah, science is fun, not only, and science is cool. So you see, okay, Olga, for me, it's the left side picture. Right hand picture. The rightmost person is Olga Pihl, so she's the head of the laboratory. And this was Leiden a couple of years ago. And yeah, Mara already talked about that. And Vidik, yeah. So in the future, Heiko. Yeah, Heiko's there. So he's the boss of Vidik, and kind of several years now already, we are waiting for the demo lab where the hydrogen should be part of, let's say, energy mixture. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for one or two quick questions. Yes, one over there.
Thank you. My name is Gaspars, Baltic Hydrogen Group, and I'm absolute fan of this technology and the concept because further than that, to complement, it's also economic reason. Because with gasification, we can get the hydrogen price almost close to €1 per kg. And on top
yeah,
of
so
that,
they claim, yeah.
A solid fraction carbon, right? Where we, with electrolysis, never can get below €6, unfortunately. But here's the thing. How about the public perception? Would you have some good golden message that we could share to the society to explain? Because what we see, at least here, there in Riga, where I come from, so wind parks, no, we don't want it, right? Okay, let's go for nuclear, stable base load, right? Great. Now we will get that.
Yeah. Just, yeah. So that's, no, I'm going to make a really bad joke. It's just don't call it Cyclone B. Never. But and jokes aside, let's say where you can actually put up these factories if you have, let's say, industrial parks set up. These are areas which are designated to industry and for which pretty much you have kind of permits beforehand mostly. Maybe not for everything, but let's say in Narva, magnet factory, okay, it's a simple building if you think about it. It's dangerous, but people don't know because it's kind of a nice cube. You go inside, yeah, some stuff. Here's hydrogen. Ooh, yeah. But in that sense, this is the only way you can go. Let's say in Germany, for example, in Eastern Germany, they have Leuna Park. So it's kind of in Leuna. It's kind of, has been, chemical industry has been there like more than for a century before First World War. And so people are there accustomed to that. If you think about Estonia, I don't think that there's too many places. Industrial parks is kind of main place that you can set up these kind of systems. If you think about something else, let's say if you need huge amounts of water, we had a case in Tartu. People were kind of wanting to invest €1 billion to produce paper pulp, and the people here were actually against it. Why? Because public perception was bad, and the other thing is kind of politicians start to push it through, and they think, oh, bloody hell, why you do that? So it's kind of, you should be pushing. The mesh is the kind of, we want to cooperate with local people, but we need to also have new, let's say, industry set up, because without that, we're going to have a problem soon enough. They can complain about microplastics killing them because we don't recycle the plastics. Bloody hell. Recycle it. Yeah, it's kind of, kind of people don't recycle it and say, oh, microplastics, my brain is dead. So, sorry about that.
All right. We can continue the question.
Yeah, we can talk later. Yeah.
During a cafe break. All right. So let's thank Alan Nidu once more.
So.
And now we're going to continue with Taltech, but now we have a student representative from TiVo, Vladislav Musako.
Yeah. Hi. I'll talk about our hydrogen technologies that we as a student organization develop, and a little bit about resilience. Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so about me. As they mentioned, my name is Vladislav Musako. I'm an electrical engineering student, and I'm a chairman of Taltech Hydrogen Technology Hydrogen organization called TiVo. And from a couple months ago, I started work at Taltech and as a hydrogen technology specialist. So in picture there, we conducting some experiments. So energy storage. Yeah. So in Estonia, we know very well how to store energy. So in the picture, you can see eco battery basically. But the problem is that we need electricity, not wood. And as we know, store electricity is quite a challenge. At the same, how we solve it, we usually use fuels. And in EU and Estonia especially, we import a lot of fuels. Solve that problem. So in TiVo, we are addressing those problems through three main categories. First of all, we do research and development projects. So thanks to AES, we have received government funding for two main projects. First one is on the picture. That's small-scale hydrogen production, meant for like drones and stuff. But we really would like to be like Tartu University and produce hydrogen for university needs. And yesterday, a lot of business talk to build big projects. We're working on inspiring the next generation of engineers. We're doing workshops in gymnasiums, mostly to attract students to engineering, because engineering is quite challenging and hard, and through like fun experiments, we're trying to introduce it. And of course, we educate our members. So there's a picture. We are in Tartu and learning how to operate equipment and understand more like basic stuff. Because yeah, at the end of the day, we're gonna be engineers. So a little bit then about my project. We are working on that's called test bench. We want to test metal hydrides. It's a gray box on the wheels, and it's modular. We have different objectives that we want to achieve with it. First of all, we want to build a software and hardware system to manipulate the hydrides with the heat, with the how to manipulate the pressures, and we want to play with the electricity. Second, what we want to develop is the container. So the container is the iVision, let's call it that. This is basically a can full of metals with some heating element. And the idea is to create something like portable solution. And the last one is to improve the ways to synthesize metals. So we're not like researching metals themselves, but more like the processes to synthesize them because it's yeah, it's quite hard. So a little bit what is hydride? Basically, it's a metal. Okay, the easiest way how do I describe it to the people? It's you can imagine it like rust in the metal. So like the easiest way to imagine how it works, but it's just reversible. And metal attracts this hydrogen that goes into the metal structure. You need just apply a bit of pressure. It gives you heat. If you use that heat, it's good. Some metals absorb a lot of heat, some metals not so much. When you store it at ambient temperature, low pressures, or we design system around like 30 bars, but you can go higher if you want or lower. It depends on the metals, of course. And desorption, so how do you release it? That's the like a tricky part. You need to give a bit energy. So some metals more than enough to have ambient temperature of the outside, but some metals require quite a lot. So where we are right now, so with this experiments. So mostly right now we're working with titanium, iron, and manganese. Manganese is mostly to reduce the activation temperature. So we mill it, we put it in the oven to create like proper bonds and create this crystal structure. So because as soon as you change the equipment, it won't be like straightforward process. So that's why we right now working mostly on the developing the processes, how you do it like quickly if you start changing equipment. And we try to with SPS machine to put it in the pellets. And yeah, there's a picture of the powder that we have produced. And we would like to move forward with to use magnesium because magnesium is cheap, it's abundant, and it's dangerous. Yeah, but it's you can squeeze much more hydrogen in it. And the drawback is that you need quite a lot of heat, or heat management, and we believe that we can engineer around it. So container. So that's a container one where we're gonna fit it in. Not the finished one, but we have already a pressure sensor there. There will be like thermobar, filters, and stuff. And we're gonna heat it, and yeah, right now we're building a heat exchange system for that. So we're gonna have an oven, but all the equipment inside, we're talking about like sensors and stuff. They require quite good thermal management because they will break. So we are building this right now. Of course, the metals need to be handled in closed environment. So we work in the glove box. So once again, we're working on the procedures, how you fill the bigger canisters, because it's easy to fill like a small bottle, but as soon as you go into kilos or multiple kilos, it gets progressively harder. So yeah, working on exactly this, how you like put the bolts inside, especially if you use like a gloves, the rubber gloves, it's quite hard. So yeah, and the future goal is to make it lighter. So if you look at this metal structure, I don't know how much it weighs, like 10 kilos. like it's quite heavy. It's nowhere near practical use, but we already have some initial concepts how we can like reduce the weight through engineering, and in Taltech we're very good at metal 3D printing, so you can create quite interesting designs to use a like you can build a heat exchanger inside already. So yeah. So the gray box, that's a representation of the gray box. There's a power up fuel cell there. So we're gonna like build a whole system. Right now we already conducted some tests with, let's call them scraps, I guess, with old system that we break apart. The main goal was to get knowledge about how the system reacts with metals. What are the challenges? And oh boy, we learned a lot. And thankfully, we used like all the equipment that we can throw away. So right now, we already bought a lot of new pieces, assembled the hydrogen system. We have assembled the electrical system. And about the future engineers, we now probably going to start working with one company and helping that working in hydrogen sphere to build up the electrical schemes, and everything will go inside that box and wheels. And why it's on the wheels? Because everybody is very scared of hydrogen. So sometimes you need to do experiments outside or switch labs. Yeah, because sometimes I really feel when I talk with the professors, they're more afraid of hydrogen than some like nuclear fuel or something. Yeah, and the future. So we see that we can make a quite portable solution for that, quite lightweight with magnesium, and we're gonna fit it into the boat and go racing. There's a Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. There's a competition in Monaco every year at summer when they use either hydrogen, either solar or batteries, and race with their boats that develop all the different universities put teams. Some companies do that. So we have some sketches and ideas how to do it, and I believe that timeline is about 2027 when we plan to go there. Yeah, and yeah, that's about it. I'm ready to questions.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions from the audience? I'll start then while you're thinking. Can you talk more about TIVO, what it is and what it stands for?
TIVO is TalTech Hydrogen Organization. That's in Estonian it's TalTechi Vesinikuorganisatsioon, but if you like, the acronym will be very weird, so that's why we like made it more beautiful. And the idea was of the organization, first of all, just a niche that nobody does. And thanks to AES, the new student project initiative, we now have 2 projects that we're working on, and they're very, let's call them like scientific, but this really hands-on experience. All P&ID schemes, all the electrical equipment, all the PLCs and stuff. But so we can play and in real lab and construct real like product basically.
All right, sounds really cool. Are there any questions? If not, I'm sure, or you're too shy, then catch Vladislav in the coffee break. And now we will thank him once more. And the last presentation before the coffee break is from Marek Moste. He's a researcher from the University of Tartu, and we will hear more about replacing platinum group metals for PEM fuel cells and alkaline fuel cells.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. And that's hello from me, and it's so nice to see that a lot of people are still present, despite this being the last lecture before the coffee break. So today I'm going to give an overview of the development of platinum-free catalyst for polymer-derived electrolyte membrane fuel cells. And to start a little bit about myself, I defended my PhD degree in 2019 here at the University of Tartu. And since then, I've been a research fellow here at the Institute of Chemistry in Professor Kaido Tammeveski's work group. And also, for 3 previous years, I was a guest researcher in the TLR in Germany. And for this reason, you're going to see examples of 2 works that I'm describing. One is carried out solely here at the Institute of Chemistry, and the other one will be in collaboration between Institute of Chemistry and TLR. And the main research focus is the development of platinum-free catalysts for polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell. And firstly, why would we even need a fuel cell? Well, fuel cells can be used as a power sources for cars, trains, buses, trucks, ships, energy storage systems, and also for aviation purposes. And these fuel cells that I'm talking about, these are most likely used in the fuel cell vehicles, like passenger cars and also trucks and buses. And now a little bit more about these polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cells, which are also called BMFCs in short. Firstly, how is a BMFC connected to the green hydrogen and to the European Green Deal policy? To achieve the goals of European Green Deal and to start using hydrogen, we'll need fuel cell technology, and it needs to be developed. And here is the outtake from the US Department of Energy webpage, where they have listed the advantages and challenges of PEM fuel cells. And first, I would go over the advantages. The advantages would be the solid electrolyte and also the low temperature. Low temperature means up to 100 degrees of Celsius. And finally, quick start and load following, which would be definitely beneficial for vehicles. But there are also challenges, which are the problems that the catalysts are expensive, and regular polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell that is currently commercialized, proton exchange membrane fuel cell, this is sensitive to the fuel impurities. For example, CO2 in hydrogen supply. And also here's a little comparison between the battery vehicles and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, because there's always this, let's say, confusion that why would we need hydrogen fuel cell vehicles if we have, let's say, overall cheaper battery vehicles already available. But the fuel cell vehicles have several benefits, like they can be fueled faster, they can be driven further, like more longer distances, and most importantly, fuel cell vehicles are suitable for all vehicle types, which also would mean trucks and buses, while battery vehicles are usually only sustainable city vehicles. And now about the BMFC in a more detail. In the polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell, we have two electrodes, anode and cathode. And at the anode, the hydrogen oxidation reaction occurs. And for this reaction, we need the platinum catalyst. And at the cathode, the oxygen reduction reaction occurs. And for this, also currently, platinum catalyst is used. And due to these reactions, we will have the electric current in the external circuit, which will be then used for our benefit. And these BMFCs can actually be subdivided into two different classes. One of them is an ion exchange membrane fuel cell, AEM, and the other one is proton exchange membrane fuel cell, BEM. One is acidic, another one is alkaline in the polymer electrolyte. And now about the problems with regular, currently commercialized proton exchange membrane fuel cell. These problems can be seen from this pie chart of the different costs of fuel cell parts. The highest part here is the catalyst, and this comes from the cathode and anode catalyst platinum, because platinum is a scarce metal. And the other major cost issue are the bipolar plates. This is due to the reason that in the proton exchange membrane fuel cell, there is acidic environment, and we would need materials that can withstand this highly acidic environment. And now to the main topic of my talk, which are the platinum-free catalysts for the BMFC. I've also presented here just one price example of the platinum catalyst, so everybody can see that it's rather expensive. $1,170 for just only 5 grams. And to deal with this problem, we are developing metal nitrogen carbon catalysts. And these metal nitrogen carbon catalysts, these are based on the transition metals. So no platinum group metals are used. And in BMFC at the cathode for ORR, considerably higher amount of platinum catalyst is needed compared to the hydrogen part at the anode. And therefore, our main focus is on the research of the ORR catalysts. And our task is to make the MNC catalyst with similar activity and stability as the commercial platinum carbon. But of course, there are a lot of issues that needs to be resolved. And some of them are also outlined here. And now, what are these MNC catalysts? Firstly, to make an MNC catalyst, we would need active sites for the oxygen reduction reaction. And these can be nitrogen-based, like pyrolytic nitrogen, graphitic nitrogen. And most importantly, we would like to have the metal coordinated to nitrogen active sites. But this metal here is not platinum anymore. Now this is a transition metal like iron or manganese or cobalt. And additionally, active sites can be in the form of transition metal sulfides, phosphides, metal nanoparticles, and also transition metal oxides. And now to make a MNC catalyst, would also need a high surface area carbon material to accommodate as much of these active sites as possible. And for this, different nanocarbons with high specific surface area can be used, for example, carbon nanotubes, graphene, or carbon dots. And during the recent years, there is also a new topic has been explored called dual metal nitrogen carbon catalysts. And compared to the regular, let's say, one metal catalyst where we have iron atom here coordinated to nitrogens, then in dual metal catalyst, we would have two different transition metal atoms, for example, iron and cobalt coordinated to nitrogen. And this kind of catalyst is believed to be more promising than the current benchmark FENC catalysts. And also here I've marked that currently the state-of-the-art result with the FENC catalyst in the ionic exchange membrane fuel cell is 2 watts per square centimeter. And why these these dual metal sites are believed to be beneficial, because actually these FENCs, they have several issues why additional metal is needed. And the preparation of the catalyst with two different metals is believed to maybe give a possibility for the industrial scale production of this kind of catalyst. And now more specifically about this MNC catalyst fuel cells that I'm going to talk about. I am giving an overview about the MNC catalyst development for ion exchange membrane fuel cell, and secondly, high temperature proton exchange membrane fuel cell. And here, the high temperature is only 160 degrees, so it shouldn't be confused with a solid oxide fuel cell. And firstly, why ion exchange membrane fuel cell? Well, the benefit compared to the already commercially available proton exchange membrane fuel cell is firstly the reason that MNCs are more active and stable in alkaline conditions compared to the acidic ones. And secondly, the more affordable components can be used in alkaline conditions. For example, here are the bipolar plates in the fuel cell overall stack cost. And now the second device is the high temperature PEM fuel cell, and here the main benefit is the possibility to use lower purity hydrogen fuels. For example, we could use hydrogen from methanol, and this is a huge benefit here. Also, at a high temperature, there are other benefits like simplified water management and enhanced electrochemical kinetics. And now here's a little schematics how we test our catalyst in a fuel cell. This is our catalyst powder that we have prepared. We assemble it with the membrane and the catalyst into the single cell, and we test it at the fuel cell test bench. This is the same fuel cell test bench as is available to us here at Professor Kaido Tammeveski's lab. And some results I'm going to show have been obtained with this specific model of user test bench. And now this is the first example work that today I'm talking about. This is now the manganese nitrogen carbon catalyst development for the AMFC fuel cell. This work has been carried out here at the University of Tartu, and the first author here is a PhD student, Rohit Kumar. And firstly, I'm going to give a brief overview how MNC catalysts in this case are prepared. So the precursors are mixed in methanol, then they are sonicated and dried, and then it goes to the pyrolysis. After the pyrolysis, we will obtain the manganese zinc material, which will additionally go to the acid leaching step and another pyrolysis. And after that, we would get this manganese material without any zinc. And yeah, after making our materials, we would like to describe their physical properties, let's say why they could be good ORR catalysts. Firstly, as previously Dr. Rasmus Palm already talked about these nitrogen absorption desorption studies. These we will use to see our specific surface area of our material. And here we could see that the manganese material has higher value, so this could be beneficial. Also, we will usually use X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy to study the surface composition. And here we would like to see our transition metals and nitrogen. Also, the same applies to the bulk elemental studies, nitrogen and transition metals. And finally, here are some electronic micrographs of the manganese material. And we can see here the carbon nanotubes and some agglomeration of the stiff weight precursor. And now to the real fuel cell measurements performed with this device shown here. So in figure A, we can see some fuel cell power curves. And here is also a benchmark platinum carbon for comparison. We can see that the mangan zinc containing material behaves very similarly to the platinum carbon, but after this material was acid leached and pyrolyzed for the second time, then we can have a huge increase in the performance. And this kind of result, 1 watt per square centimeter, is actually one of the best results reported for the manganese nitrogen carbon type of catalysts. But as I mentioned before, then the iron nitrogen carbon catalysts are being reported in the literature, the most excellent results up to 2 watts per square centimeter. So there is still room to go. And here also one can see that if we change the conditions in our fuel cell test bench, let's say we will increase the pressure and increase the gas flow rate, then we can get a higher performance. So our system is also adjustable. And these kind of catalysts, where could we use them? Yesterday, we had a very nice presentation where it was shown how the first public hydrogen refueling station was built in Tallinn. And at this station, the taxi cars of Toyota Mirai can be refueled. And these Toyota Mirai taxi cars, they are based on the proton exchange membrane fuel cell technology. And because of the issues I showed before, like the high cost of the catalyst and the bipolar plates, we can see that when in the States, the base price of a car itself is $52,000, then if we would like to change out our fuel cell stack, then we would need to buy a new stack with $33,000, which is more than half of the price of a new car. And here, maybe in the future, if the development work will be more successful in the upcoming years, then maybe in the future we can develop a considerably lower price fuel cell stacks with a AMFC-based system and MNC catalysts. And also one example of application very close to Tartu is SkyCorp technologies, which are using proton exchange membrane fuel cell technology for drones. And so maybe also in the future, the AMFCs with MNCs could be also used for the power supply of the drones. And now to another work that has been prepared in collaboration between University of Tartu and TLR in Germany. This is now the dual metal catalyst prepared for the high temperature PEM fuel cell. And here the The main route for preparing the catalyst is very similar than the previous one, but there's a difference. There are now two metals, and also into the nanocarbon backbone, we did introduce also polymer-derived carbon, PDC. And this is mainly due to the reason that there are very harsh acidic conditions in this type of fuel cell, and so we want to make the catalyst more durable. And here are some images of our catalyst, electronic images. We can see some carbon nanotubes in the composition, and also, once again, we have studied the specific surface area for the materials, and here we can see that the gray line is the PDC, and carbon nanotube line is the black one. And we can see that carbon nanotubes most likely helps to increase the specific surface area, which is beneficial for our catalyst. And also in this catalyst, metal nanoparticles were observed, most likely iron and cobalt alloy nanoparticles, which can be seen here on the mapping images of the electron microscopy. And of course, once again, we wanted to make sure that we have transition metal and nitrogen present on the catalyst surface with XPS studies. And here can be seen different nitrogen species that were found. And now to the fuel cell testing results. These studies have been now carried out in TLR in collaboration. And here a comparison is the commercial FVNC from Pajarito powder, which is the state-of-the-art FNC catalyst. Unfortunately, our dual metal catalyst did not reach the activity of the FVNC. But at the same time, our result maximum performance here was 125 milliwatts per square centimeters. And actually, very similarly to the previous catalyst on AMFC that I showed, this is 50% of the best result there is reported in the literature. The state-of-the-art result currently in this kind of fuel cell is 250 milliwatts per square centimeter. But of course, a lot of further work is needed here to achieve higher performance. And where could this kind of fuel cells and their catalysts be used? In Estonia, there are currently no direct examples. Like previously, I would have for AMFC and MNC examples. But here is one example from University of New South Wales in Australia, where Professor Shaw's work group is investigating the high-temperature PEM fuel cell technology for aviation. And in addition to the peak planes, I know they are all already trying to use their HT-PEMFC technology, for example, for drones. And maybe in the future, these MNCs could be also used there after some further development work. And I have also another example here, which is a project Rescue. This is an international project between German, American, Danish, and Greece partners. And their idea is to make a power supply against the natural disasters. Let's say where there's the place of natural disaster, then there would be trucks equipped with methanol or hydrogen, and then this can be used to power the generators, which are up to 50 kilowatts of power per one machine, and the peak power can be even 100 kilowatts. And here, the high-temperature PEM fuel cell is beneficial as we can use methanol as fuel, in addition to hydrogen. And this is already a funded project. The funding is 5 million euros. So this shows that the high-temperature PEM fuel cell technology could be also feasible. And now to the conclusions of my talk. For European Green Deal policy and green hydrogen economy, the fuel cell development is needed to achieve the decarbonization goals, for example, for the year 2035 and 2050. And PMFCs are very attractive to the low operational temperature and easy startup, and this is especially for the fuel cell vehicles. And but currently, there are shortcomings for the PEM fuel cell technology. Efficient and affordable cathode catalyst is needed for oxygen reduction reaction, and currently also the commercialized PMFC technology would need a high purity hydrogen. And lastly, there are needed expensive materials due to the acidic environment. But here I have shown some examples of catalyst materials developed here at the Institute of Chemistry in the University of Tartu. Firstly, the MNC catalyst for AMFC, which showed up to 1 watt per square centimeter power density, maximum power density, which is a very respectable result. And secondly, the MNC catalyst for the high temperature PEM fuel cell application, which was unfortunately 10 times lower result, but still works, needs to be done here. And the high temperature PEM fuel cell main benefit is the high tolerance to impurities and the possibility to use methanol as a fuel. And now to acknowledgement, I would like to thank the Tartu Hydrogen Days 2025 organizers and all of our collaborators from all of the institutes, and definitely the funding, the funders. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Do we have any questions? Oh, yes. We might even have time for some difficult questions.
Yes, actually, this is the real. Yes, but my. Yeah, we would.
Of the material, what is the kind of function, or it's just to have nitrogen?
It actually, well, if we go into more deep technical details, then this CF8 structure, it has multiple purposes. It helps to, one reason is to increase porosity, and it also, how to say, during the pyrolysis, it will form the porous materials. But the main benefit in our application is that it helps to make these kind of sites. Oh, sorry. Where there is this transition metal coordinated to nitrogen. So CF8 helps to make these kind of ORR active sites, and this is the main goal of our this material preparation route, why to use CF8. But about this Toyota Mirai price, yes, I also checked the price in Estonia, which will be base price is 76,000 euros for the very same car. But if I now put this fuel cell stack price there, which I could only find for the American market, then this can be misleading, and that's why I opted for the US prices for both fuel cell stack and the car price.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I have a difficult one. I don't know if it's fair a question. So the $33,000, the price seems to be one theme. How much of that 33,000 is the cost of platinum group metals?
That's of course a very good question. We can definitely tell from this pie chart that I showed that the overall platinum carbon catalyst itself was 40%. But yeah, the other part of the catalyst is carbon. So most likely platinum is the main part of this catalyst. And as I know, then also this platinum catalyst, like the commercial one, very similar one has been produced here in our institute for comparison. And I think the idea might have been even been to see where the companies take the money away from the end use consumer. But as I remember correctly, then the end price was rather similar to the peak batch prices. So this is the market of this platinum catalyst seems to be very saturated. So yeah, the price is on the level according to the need and value.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions in the meantime? If not, then let's thank Marek once again. And now we have a short coffee break. We will meet back here at 1 o'clock. And then we will have a really interesting panel discussion as well. And definitely take a look at the expo that we have set up in the main lobby area. So it's small but mighty, let's say.
On või? Okei.
ise paned tööle. Ise paned.
Jah.
Mina ei oska vastata.
All right, welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you're feeling refreshed, and we're now ready to continue with our panel discussion. So without further ado, let me introduce you to Priit Tilomets from Metrosert. He's
Hello.
the head of Hydrogen Technologies Unit, and he'll be conducting the panel discussion today.
Yes, thank you. Me too, and hello. So today we have 4 distinguished guests. I'll invite them one by one here. So Simo is already here. Simo Seinenvirta from H2 Springboard ecosystem. Hello, take a seat. Then Ain Laidaja, Hydrogen Association.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, take a seat as well. Ladislav Musako from Tivo, already heard from him. And then Sven Parkel from Hydrogen Cluster. Oh. So here. And that's, we have 1 microphone, 2, 3. We have enough. Yeah.
Go here.
Okay. All right. So each of you is a member of an organization, including to your other roles. And just to kick it off, I'd like you just to briefly introduce what is your role in the organization and talk about the organization that you're involved with. It's a very mixed bag at the moment that we have here, organizations. Let's start with Sven.
Thank you, Priit. I'm Sven Parker from Estonian Hydrogen Cluster, and one of the main activities we currently do is that we are a partner in the Baltic CH2 large-scale hydrogen valley project, which is a large-scale valley funded by EU. It still lasts about 2.5 years, and the project has partners from 9 countries. It's over 40 different organizations that have joined hands, and the aim is to support the development of hydrogen economy in the Baltic Sea region area, but in the wider sense in Europe in general, in several different ways. So alongside just the market development work and many aspects that go with that, the social acceptance and other aspects as well. On the parallel, there's a range of investment projects which actually will start and have started providing hydrogen, consuming hydrogen, and the project has a chance to learn from that experience and also then share this experience to in a smaller sense in the Baltic Sea region, but in the wider sense for the whole Europe. So that's probably the short.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Vladislav Musako. So I'm from Taltech Tivo Hydrogen Organization. Brief introduction. I mean, we're students. We are having fun, first of all. Yeah. Yeah. And second is that we are engineering students and we are keen to try things. And we basically build stuff. And especially why we chose hydrogen is that hydrogen has quite a lot of problems, unsolved problems. And we see it's as an opportunity for engineer that you have unsolved problem that you can work on. So yeah, basically we find them problems and work on them.
Yeah. You love challenges.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Fine.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
We are having fun as well. So, but also we do serious things. So I'm Ain Laide. I'm representing Estonian Hydrogen Association. We are celebrating 10 years birthday next spring. So that's quite old organization if we talk about hydrogen in Estonia. So our members are private people, some companies, students. So why we come together is most of all a curiosity to find out what hydrogen is, what can be done, and for many businesses, for many private people, the important question is how to make money out of hydrogen. So we are finding out how hydrogen fits into the electricity or whole energy system, how to combine hydrogen with say carbon products to produce hydrocarbons, which are valuable products to the market. And this is what we do everyday basis, looking where our share in the business is.
Spreading awareness, trying to understand business case.
Yeah,
right. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, well, which organization? That's
H2 Springboard would be first.
So
yeah.
I'll be talking about that, but I come from a company called ABB. This space, we are one of the world's leading technology companies when it comes to electrification, automation. What we do is kind of make the world a better place in that, create this cleaner, cleaner. How do we do that at scale? What is the key thing is that we have to be able to transition. So that's kind of where I come from. Then H2 Springboard, it is an ecosystem program that ABB is leading, and it is one of these leading company ecosystems we have in Finland, which are supported from the public side as well. So we have Business Finland, which is a Finnish innovation agency. They are supporting large companies driving forward, taking kind of the mission and then driving it forward, a leading company. And in this case now, H2 Springboard is one such ecosystem, which started this year, and it's a program that is going to last for 4 years, so 5 years altogether. And what we do there, we as ABB, we are investing 50 million euros in development of the technologies that we are responsible. Commit now electrification out. But then it's all about the impact that we can create together with the ecosystem. And in this ecosystem, I will talk later a little bit more about the details, but we have over 50 companies already, and also the academia involved. So we are then working together, and then these companies and academia, we are investing another 100 million. So it's altogether kind of 150 million euro endeavor, where we are developing these novel solutions. And then the key question is that how can we do that faster so that we can create the impact? So that's the H2 Springboard. And then perhaps a third organization that I could still mention is Hydrogen Cluster in Finland, which was formed like 4 years ago. I'm sitting in the board of that Hydrogen Cluster, and there we are charting the way, how can we together with industry and industrial associations chart the way for Finland, how do we drive things forward. Our motto is, this setting is that hydrogen is freedom. So, and if you think about it, Finland is actually an island. We didn't have the sea going in the Baltic Sea. We have fossil fuels in our stockpiles for 5 months. What would you do after that? You need to think about it. How do you kind of have the things working?
Yeah, that's fascinating. Let's come back to that. So, okay, that was already 3 organizations from you, and one of the common themes in the last few years that I've seen is that there are several in each country. In Latvia, you have different organizations, associations, and so on. In Estonia, there's a cluster. Now there's Metrocertis, like in the Hydrogen Valley, or representing that. Then there's association, then Divo, and so on. And you already are representing 3, but there are more in. I assume there are several more in Finland. And the theme of the talk, in my opinion, should be very much about like how to these organizations actually manage to work together. Not that they're under like one umbrella, all of them, but in which ways do they find, let's say, collaboration and collaboration opportunities and overlap and so on, without fighting with each other and so on. But before we get onto that, I think let's start from education. We heard in the beginning of the day a lot about education, that we need educated workforce. This is lacking severely. I remember from leading the Center of Food and Fermentation Technologies that this was such a persistent problem throughout the years. Like, how do you grow the offspring? And the best way actually was that it took about 10 years. So, and throughout the entire organization, you take them as bachelors, then they go through masters, PhDs, to postdoc, come back, and so on. All of this is long work, and this, if you're starting right now, then you're like very late. So starting from you, Adistav, your perspective on this, you said you like to have fun, which means this implies that hydrogen is in some way fun and engineering is fun. But like, how do you view this from a student perspective and as a board member of a student organization?
So you want to know my perspective on how we can quickly develop
on education,
Yeah.
more people and your own drive there. And
Yeah.
how do you see this? There are quite many, I know, that you're members, but how many are actually active?
Hmm.
And then moving on to bigger, let's say, fish. Like,
Yeah. So right now we have around like 100 plus members active.
that sounds a lot.
Yeah, but the active ones that are like actively in the projects are around 40.
Okay.
And that grows pretty quickly, especially one new project is upcoming. And what we found is that as soon as you start diversify, like specialize very quickly, then the one who specializes in, for example, let's say electrical engineering in terms of like hydrogen, so you know how to like operate the solenoids and operate all the safety stuff, then quickly he starts teaching others. Yeah, because he specializes so quickly on one special thing, and the second person doesn't need to know like whole big picture. He needs to know only that parts that come to what
it's like complementary skills.
yeah. And in terms of university, as we see, you mentioned like a bachelor's and master's and yada yada. It's very rigid structure, and I believe it has to be more like agile. So in Taltech, I really like that university because doors are open. They just like come do this just come and do. And thanks to that, we really work with like professionals, and they are very keen to share the knowledge. And I believe if we open more doors, for example, the businesses similarly. So some businesses have laboratories, some stuff they want to like do on, like they provide already internships, but sometimes it's easier when students come and I need to learn that, and the company says, okay, we have that similar problems and you can try.
Then I know your one colleague switched positions, for example. That's a workforce issue as well. So
yeah, it is. It is a workforce issue, but beyond that, I'd say that as a cluster, we really haven't been focusing that much on the education part of this ecosystem. So the more you go into it, the more you understand how complex it is to set up a new economic sector in a way. So of course we have had energy sector and we've had chemical sector to some extent, but hydrogen is something we haven't had in a scalable way in our ecosystem. So there are a lot of things that have to be considered, and definitely workforce is one of that. And of course, we know that the Estonian startups or companies who are providing hydrogen technologies, they are short of staff when it comes to Estonians. They have to hire from abroad, and it's really hard to find people from Estonia who have relevant experience and haven't been hired yet by a private sector organization. So that is actually an issue. Yeah, so we are aware of that, but we haven't really targeted in a targeted way approached this topic. So.
Fine.
Right. Just to clarify for I always see what sort of lectures are given in Tartu University compared to Tallinn Technical University. I understand that fundamental technology, electrolyzers, cells, tiny, looking after where the electrons are coming from, going to study in. When we go back into engineering, in that case, perhaps more education is given in university. Is such a large university. Roma college, different departments, and sometimes I get lost when I go to Tallinn Technology University, find out where the hydrogen is. So I'm knocking on that door and that door. Everybody's talking a bit. Hydrogen is all over. Hydrogen is part of energy system. Also engineering, mechanical engineering.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good fun. And if we talk about education, and Simo mentioned before, companies in Finland put so much money to develop the program of the lectures, a lot of lectures give out, and I have been asked about that. Estonia is such a lucky country. We have these courses free. So how you can do something more attractive than free courses? And I'm very glad Tartu University, how many years have given these, they call it renewable energy, something like fifth year already, the courses. And this is very popular. This is young people come together, people like myself. And even older people come to learn what these hydrogen.
Yeah. Me and our lead scientist Silver also went through the course, and I remember this was a good moment in Brussels where we went to. There was an EU program that was introduced to us about reskilling, upskilling, and they were saying things that was okay what they're planning to do, and then there was a presentation from Ove about like what Tartu is already doing, and that was just completely blew it out of the water. Like there's just so much more, and then he was just like, well. Okay, I don't think I have anything to add here. But you said, Simo, that you remarked earlier that you put everything in a massive online course together, I think, yeah? So how did that initiative come and take us through the, like a bigger picture of...
Well, it started actually from Hydrogen Cluster Finland identifying this knowledge we need, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a discovery that we do actually have here and there, like you said, that, okay, where is now hydrogen? You have it a little bit of everywhere. And then what we already have Finnish Technical University kind of collaboration on massive online education.
Mm-hmm.
They are running kind of, you can go to AI courses. That setting. And then we just sit together with FITEC, which is this kind of get together of these universities, and we agreed that okay, let's now collect what we have, and then what we did from the industry side, we actually collected out of the companies what are the knowledge areas where we have gaps, where would we need actually now novel workforce and so on, and then we just put them together. We got some public funding for FITEC to actually just kickstart this. But then it was very quick, like 3-4 months, and we had this online
questionnaire-based. Questionnaire-based, like.
No, you can actually enroll. I think you could enroll from here, and it's online teaching, so various forms, so you can go to lectures, finance, basically massive online. But then you get the academic degree, so if you go through a course, then you get your credits for it. So that was how it came about. But then there's one thing also, kind of, if I reflect what has changed. So when I studied, I went to Technical University, Helsinki, today's Aalto University. And then at that time, it was kind of, what was the dream job? It was to be an engineer at a large company. And now if you go and ask, you go to a class and you ask a freshman, would you like to do? What is the dream? Everybody volunteer for slush, and everybody would, yeah. So kind of forming a startup, the best people there, they actually have already during the studies, they have run a couple of startup settings. And it's actually a career option. So not just kind of having fun, but it's really people look at it from that point of view. And what we try to do now from the industry is try to kind of support that. You have kind of somebody develops now a novel catalyst for today. And my question would be, how much more do you need to do so that you can set up a company commercialized? And how do we support it?
I really appreciate the courses. We actually try to enroll to the courses. It's tricky.
You do?
Yes. And this is a tricky one. Yeah. And why these courses hopefully are very good, because they are based on practical experiences in Finnish industry using over 200,000 tons a year hydrogen. So there are industries who know what we talk about. And we here just talk about.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you summarized it on each level very well. I believe also that this entrepreneurial spirit, or like gone are the times where you are learning or studying to be a carpenter and then you stay a carpenter for the next 60 years and then you retire, or 50 years or whatever. So it needs constant reskilling, upskilling. Like you have different professions, and the entrepreneurial spirit like helps us through the very uncertain times, I'd say. But okay, let's change a bit gears and let's move now towards the H2 Springboard. And I know that you have an interesting trick there that you did, a system change, let's say. Usually, you know this term, acronym RDI, research-driven innovation. This makes sense, like how research moves on from academia fundamentals to innovation. But you have switched this around. You have a different concept. You have IDR, so innovation-driven research. Yes, innovation-driven research. So can you explain this concept to us, and how has this been working so far?
I'll use an example. I use Elon Musk as an example.
Okay.
Think about it. You can be of many opinions of this guy, but he has a dream. He wants to retire on Mars. That's kind of mission on his own. And in order to retire on Mars, what do you have to be able? You have to be able to lift a lot of gear from Earth to Earth orbit, and from there to Mars. It's prohibitively expensive. Every rocket is an endeavor. So what is now kind of key breakthrough that you need? In order to have commercially viable way to Mars, you have to be able to lift stuff on Earth orbit. And then in order to lift stuff on Earth orbit, what's the costliest piece of taking that stuff there? The first stage of the rocket. And then it's very obvious. Okay, make the first stage of the rocket reusable, and then you have actually the fuel, what engines that you have there, they are the cost. And then once you have identified that, that's kind of the breakthrough innovation you accomplish. Then you put all the effort, you form a team that can address that issue, and then you develop the solution. Requires some new technology research potentially, but the key thing is that you assemble a team that can do that. And then, okay, you fail 6 times, 7th time, rocket lands back on Earth. And the same approach here. So when we talk about if I want to now make hydrogen commercially viable, what is the key thing that I need to change? Okay, I identified the piece that I need to be able to address, and I need to assemble a team that has a chance of making that succeed. Then I go for it, supported by the research. And what we do now in this H2 Springboard, we form our so-called co-innovation projects. We form with this principle. Whenever somebody pitches a project to us, I'm always going to be asking, what is the breakthrough innovation? You have to be able to tell them this project will solve this key question. Once that's clear, then okay, let's make sure that we have the right parties there, and then we go for it. And then actually one thing there also is that you have to do it close to the market, because here we are talking about also time scales. in the traditional RD&I model, challenge is that it takes, if you're lucky, it's a 10-year cycle from the initial research to actually commercial. And then the problem is that very often between the stages, you actually drop the ball. Even if the researchers came up with a brilliant discovery, do you have somebody there that takes that further, develop a solution? And is that solution something that actually is commercially viable? Definition.
Yeah, it perishes in the valley of death.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what we do here is the kind of when you start, and I'm not saying this is not kind of hammer for every nail. So you have to kind of look at the okay, where we really want to kind of solve a particular challenge. This is the right way. Then okay, then of course I'm not saying that we shouldn't do basic research for it.
Okay, but
that leads the other way around.
Let's put this to the test then. What's Sven, for example? What is the breakthrough innovation that your project needs for epic success? Baltic CH2.
Well, first thing to clarify is that Baltic CH2 is not an innovation project in this sense that the basis of it or the plans of it do not require development of a breakthrough technology. So it's more about the ecosystem building. But when we're talking about Estonia, then I think the breakthrough thing would be to figure out how we can get the electricity price to the level that we have heard, like Professor Lust said yesterday, and what I've heard the same is that in the States, you can do hydrogen that costs around or less than $1 per kilogram. So what does this mean is that if you just calculate the electricity and it takes about 50 kilowatt hours to make a kilogram of hydrogen, supposedly, so it means it's 2 cents per kilowatt hour or 20 euros per megawatt hour. So that's sort of just the price of electricity. And when Finnish Hydrogen Cluster was doing the Finnish hydrogen strategy, so the private sector based, the target price was also proposed 1.5 euros per kilogram of hydrogen. So it is. I'd say that it's somewhat different today. What is possible to do in Estonia. And I think that's sort of the breakthrough thing to figure out how we can compete with that type of electricity prices.
If you may comment on this, Baltic CH2 actually we are building the first cross-border integrated hydrogen market. It's going to be between Estonia and Finland. The idea would be that look at this area together, and when it's connected, hydrogen infrastructure, how can we create the kind of where we then get, for instance, Finland we have now very rapidly expand very how do we kind of use that the kind of different roles for different countries and companies there actually very excited about the technology development and then need to produce hydrogen, consume it actually Finland the hydrogen infrastructure and then play a different
Still quite nearby, much closer than Germany or so on. Any comments, thoughts on this? Same discussion of either breakthrough innovations or
the breakthrough innovation. So I would like to mention the project that we are working on, the storage one. So the idea, so I like the approach because we basically did doing the same. The idea came just on a lecture where you saw that, oh, you can store hydrogen that way. And it was like, why nobody's using it? It sounds so damn simple. You put metal in the tin can and basically it works. So I still don't have an answer, to be honest, but we're already working on it. And it started like, so we started the testing and we thought, okay, we need a challenge. So the innovation, right? So technically, so we looked on a paper, it can be like a competitive advantage. And so that's why we found like a race. Let's do a race. That's the like the challenge because we are non-profit. We always will get to the money side. It's easy. If you have innovation, then it's very useful. It's easy to get money. But if you lose the curiosity, so that's why we want to like do the race, because it drives the curiosity, and all students they're not there for like money or new position or like internship, whatever. Just they would like to participate in something like bigger. So, and through like that principle, we just assemble a team. Okay, all the goal is we just need to win, basically. Fastest, lightest, that's it. And just start engineering from scraps and see all the like challenges that's come ahead. And as soon as we reach that challenge, for example, what type of metals use or materials use, then we turn to academia, like help us. We need like more knowledge on like specifics and stuff. And yeah, through that we advance pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you. So speaking of breakthroughs or breakthrough innovations, it feels to me at least that this year has been like a breakthrough year for Estonia, at least. Like, I don't think it will happen in the coming years a lot that 2 factories will be opened or that the hydrogen refueling station opens with our own deep tech technology and so on. So some pieces are getting like coming together, and like let's say there is a momentum. So how do you keep this momentum going now? Today we've been talking about a lot, and yesterday a lot about the energy security aspect and like autonomy, energy autonomy. And let's come back now to what you said. I think you said hydrogen is freedom. That's we had a freedom slogan, or like something that then united Estonians in the beginning of 90s. That was about freedom. That was probably the last time there was a united slogan in for Estonians. But so how did this come to being, and yeah, how did it come to be?
It's interesting. We actually started with this kind of sustainability. Then we did some 2 years ago. It's kind of time already. Here, resilience. That was kind of the undercurrent, but not discussed in this context of sustainability. Carbon.
Cozy.
Then when we then kind of looked at it from that angle, but what would happen if we had kind of we have very good resilience. We have, okay, 5 months after you would be starting looking at how it's ration now. And then at the same time, if we look at what is the opportunity, we have 24 million tons of biogenic steel forest industry going up. So we could, by converting that to fuels, we could basically fully supply the country domestically. Additionally, we do have the technology. So from that point of view, the discovery that this is actually possible and at the same time would be business opportunity, that then turned to that. We formed the slogan. We started pinpointing. Not only would we have a kind of good business opportunity, it would be about that. So it was a conscious kind of, given the current setting where we are in, resonating.
How could we use this in Estonia?
I see that Finland using 200,000 hydrogen, and you need to decarbonize. You need to place 42% hydrogen. That's a mission to go ahead. Done that. We have completed the mission because we haven't got this.
No industry whatsoever.
We're using hydrogen. The lucky are.
Such great work.
Yeah, but of course we have the same same possibilities as that we have. So we have coating pellets. That's something very simple. Pressed, dried sawdust, and I think this value should be created and exported. Could do something much better with this green carbon. And sometimes I'm asking myself, does carbon need hydrogen carbon? And I think that what is where we can be advanced situation that we have a carbon available. We have a lot of water around. Hydrogen is not all, so we have seawater, river water, so that's unlimited resource for us. But there is a limited resource of carbon. Let's make something beautiful out of our wood.
First Sven, thank you. First Sven and then Simo.
Yeah, just to add to what Simo was saying, that the security as a concept is also a big part of Lithuania's energy development plans, and it's something that I think many people and also governments in this region understand. So perhaps one thing to do is also to collaborate more, and this is something that we're doing in Baltic Stage 2, but what we actually probably need to do more, so that it's not just one Baltic states and Finland, for example, understand that, but the whole region understand and can think jointly and figure things out jointly. So I think that's also important.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I've been feeling puzzled driving. I go driving in the west coast, very similar kind of flat land coast, and basically low wind power. Have zero opposition. So I'm just and why is that? Why is that? Is that actually the municipality gets property tax? Wind power being built, they get property tax, and then you can ask yourself, am I kind of NIMBY, not in my backyard, or do I want to rather have kind of a lower tax rate? Mm-hmm. In Finland, this works kind of very, and then it's leading to that. But I'm just kind of curious, why is, because I see kind of the landscape is exactly the same. You could do exactly the same. There's no reason why. I know.
You want to answer that?
Well, to some extent, yes. So I don't know if you probably some of you have read the recent analysis by the Ministry of Climate, where they studied whether the infrasound that comes from the turbines is harmful for people. And it turns out that physically it's not, but it seems that the infrasound is hurtful to those people most who are not aware what is being built. So there seems to be some type of correlation that when people don't really fully understand what is being built, the infrasound really hurts and really hurts a lot. And this is something I think Finns have done much better, is the social sort of inclusion of people and explaining. And I think the study proposed that when a park is planned, you try to even say the model number of the turbines which is being built there, so that people could go and check, okay, this is this, yeah, okay, it's fine, then I'm okay with that. But when the amount of unknown and the number of unknown factors is really big, the infrasound really hurts. So I think that was sort of the main message from the study. And to that end, this is something we plan to do in the Baltic CH2 project as well. So to study more of those socio-economic factors when we're talking about the hydrogen pipeline, but the hydrogen economies as such. So this is something that where Estonia, I think, can do things in a much better way. So,
well, yes, we are indigenous people, 10,000 years in the same land, you know, and resistant to change, you know, to whatever change. And the NIMBY and banana acronyms are definitely very strong here.
Not in all areas.
Not
if you look at digitalization. No.
But you don't need to physically do anything.
We are envious.
It's in the ether, the digital one. Okay, you brought the discussion now to basically the hydrogen corridor, let's say, for example, which is very much a joint collaboration project. Elering yesterday was talking about it. They now have a grant. When we went last year to study trips that the Dutch organized next to their wind parks, then they were saying that you know, they started like 5 to 10 years earlier sending people there to the communities, explaining things like already like really, really early, right? Before there was anything even remotely close. And then the acceptance was like far better over the years, but they did start very early. So I think this is a very valuable part, the socioeconomic factors, like understanding these. But how would you go about it then? And how should we go about it? Let's say it's not only your task.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, we're in a very early stage. So we're just thinking through what is exactly the approach. How should we go about it? We know there are very good researchers in Finland, in VTT, for example, with whom we have very good collaboration. So we probably can learn quite a bit from Finland and also other countries, what and how to do it exactly, as you mentioned, the Dutch wind farms. So it's it's something that we're currently we're developing this concept, how to understand what is needed.
Anyone else? Yes.
We have a remark that pipes carry from the corridor onshore.
Mm.
Our TSO is talking onshore. Have to keep that. This is possibility. Finns do it, and we are not connected.
Let's keep the collaboration theme alive. Sven, you said that more collaboration is needed, not only Estonia and Finland, or maybe that you said Lithuania has done well, and well, they have an industry and they actually have a roadmap, like let's say more a detailed roadmap. What we have done so far, for example, is that with MetResearch side, we've helped Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, so Baltics come together in a hydrogen week, for example, and that was a very big success. We got to, there were people that came at the expo and they asked me about Lithuania, so how they're doing with it. And I'm like, in the first day, I was, well, you have to ask, Šarūnas, but then the second day, I was already explaining very enthusiastically what they're doing. And vice versa, all of us were like, and we understood that, well, they're very different, the pictures, like what are the strengths and weaknesses. So what in your mind is like something else that we should be doing? That's a question to all of you, but I'll put to Sven.
Something else that we are doing, it's bit hard to pinpoint from if I look just from the point of view of Baltic CH2, because this is rather
just should be doing. It doesn't need to be within your project.
Comprehensive, but perhaps something that could be developed a little bit further is this high-level discussion on sort of aligning these energy policies and understanding how the whole region would function in a way as well. Of course, on some level, all the countries are competitors when we're looking at the economic space to some extent. But then again, there are probably things that can be thought through and considered jointly. So there are things to learn, a lot to learn from Finland. Also, if we consider Estonia, we can learn from other Baltic states as well. And maybe we can also share a couple of good practices from our end. So this type of general collaboration, but also high level collaboration, I think would be quite helpful.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Yeah.
So I'm thinking that if you look like any type of stuff what we use here, it's made of different materials, different parts, and that is shipped from all around the world. And thanks to somebody specialized in something, was very successful at it. And maybe it was good to look at the clusters, and yes, we're competitors, but at the same time to divide the knowledge and a bit specialization. Like every country have maybe some advantages, like more, for example, wind power. Some have more technological developments. Some have more like, I don't know, pipes or other social knowledge, and to help that. If we do this way, then we can work together more efficiently, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, we set up Baltic Sea region hydrogen network. Why is that? This is because of to bring hydrogen producers together in this area. Estonia can't fill the pipe by ourselves because our production is small. Still 250,000 tons here, hydrogen, it's not enough to pipe. We need to work together, Finland, Sweden, and this is what all we do. Finland, Sweden, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, we talk, discuss the developments together. This is some sort of regional cooperation visible from Central Europe, where the money is, on these, just to attract and show our region visible on the map.
So Simo, as specific as possible, you know, you've been asked this question probably 15 years in a row, how to collaborate more and how to increase this, but what could we do? Like,
yeah, perhaps I would lift kind of another dimension. That's the technology side.
Yeah.
So how do we get these technologies scaling? Then there's also the geopolitical factor there. Today, look at, we saw some numbers about how much hydrogen project. We are celebrating solid oxide. Okay, that's nice. And it's actually the largest of that kind in the world. But then still, that kind of where take, for instance, hydrogen now, specifically. That technology is currently scaling faster than PV. It means that actually already on a exponential growth curve. And then if you look at what is going on in Europe, we are celebrating installation. So, and it's specifically about geopolitics context now, China. So what we would need to do is that we now one side can look at the European competitiveness. Higher hydrogen. I think that's one part of it. But then the other part is kind of how do we get the technology much faster than that should be kind of that requires absolutely kind of from the day one work with best partners.
How do we get the technology scaling? Maybe one last, then this is the last question then. This is a critical question then, you know, I hear the critical question of like, if we solve offtake, you know, we've solved everything, like these kinds of like slogans being thrown around. So, okay, now let's scale the technology, understandably. Elcogen is trying. If Elcogen could fill up their entire factory, then it would be already probably a world leader or Europe leader, probably, at least with their manufacturing. But maybe a few thoughts from each of you then on that, of how would you approach this? Or, yeah, Vladis.
Yeah, scaling production. I guess bold moves and just take risks. I guess there's no other way because especially if you're doing something new, right? It's never have been done before. Technology is totally new, so it just will involve the risk. Maybe Chinese are of course, they have a pretty good system of subsidies and stuff and to facilitate that growth. But we have to be more entrepreneurial, I guess. Take just harder risks. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, follow up on that. I also don't think that scalability or scaling is a technological issue. So I think there are technologies that you can just build bigger factories and scale those. So it's the renewable energy and the hydrogen economy ecosystem or the sector actually has many aspects to it. So one thing to consider is the price, of course, which comes up. But then again, if we want to be energy independent, then this could be the price we have to pay. But it's also in recent years the defense arguments have started to rise, and there are wind farms which have been cancelled due to defense considerations. So it's actually quite complex picture, and it might be difficult to pinpoint one single thing. So I think many different inputs are playing into that field, and it becomes a bit complicated as well, because more or less many projects are sort of projects on their own. It's difficult to fully understand how you scale those yet. So it's also on the infrastructure level. So there are probably very few the sort of plug and play type of solutions that you would just go and buy the electrolyzer off the shelf, for example. So there are many aspects that you have to consider: how you transport it, where you store it, and these type of things. So each of those aspects plays some bigger, some smaller role depending on the project, but eventually it's quite complex. So I think that's also what is sort of holding back the whole sector development.
The technology-wise, we like Chinese sites because they have all the information there. You just write the reply like I don't know, IE bots probably, but can I write Elcogen and have price in 20 minutes? And can I get stack? Can I get it fast? So is it available? So why isn't in Europe we doing that? Or can I write a Stargate and ask, can we have electrolyzer? Maybe I know, maybe it's smaller and stuff.
So I doubt that we know how that works.
It's a challenge. Yeah, just to consideration.
Yeah. Ain and then Timo, maybe last few.
Yeah, to scale up. Something is wrong with my customers. I'm too expensive for my product. Sometimes for 5 times more expensive than market price of current price of fuels are. So this is a problem. The prices are not matching yet. My product, green product, based on current electricity price, produced hydrogen. We're not there. Before we are getting agreed the new price level. Either I have to produce cheaper or the market have to accept higher prices, and then we can start. This is practically. I can do things today, but I'm not competitive at the moment.
Okay, last minute before we take maybe one to a few questions. Maybe this is under like a wicked problem category of this hydrogen kickstarting the hydrogen economy.
It is a little bit the wicked. I think also here we today have to think from the beginning. So are after in. Have to think about commercial pathway factors from the beginning. Then what it then concretely means. What we do now, design these systems in such a way that modular, they are assembled. They can be assembled. You don't need to develop now from elsewhere. But you have to consider it from the target is a great thing, and then consider it from the and then in this context, of course, then okay, the other challenges a little bit more what we think H2 Springboard, how do we address we are still talking about heavy industry here. So to scale, have an end customer interested in my solution, and he needs project bankable in order to make the investment. There is a dilemma that you actually need to test this before they are validated. So then, okay, how do we solve that problem? There are some ways and using the
Thank you. So we have 5 minutes left. Maybe let's put it to the audience that maybe some of you have a question or a comment before Simo can then take over and have a speech of final closing thoughts today. Huh? Imre?
It's cheaper transporting.
hydrogen by far cheaper. To put the kind of perspective there, you need to transmit. So one hydrogen pipeline can transmit the same energy as 10 to 15 400 kilovolts. And then if you look at kind of how quickly can you build such from that point of view. Because single pipeline is more costly than power line overall. The efficiency.
Professor.
I would let
It's
Sven.
the offtake question. Oh, Sven.
Because how is the Baltic Sea hydrogen valley? So what type of consortium have? Just answering via that.
Solving the offtake.
Yeah, so the Baltic Sea H2 Hydrogen Valley, it contains, I think it's 6 different sectors, and which are interested in developing those value chains. And altogether, yes, there are 9 countries, over 40 partners, and I think it's 20 investment cases that go, or in this range, that go along with this hydrogen valley development, and those are investment cases in the sense that there's a production and offtake. This is probably, as Simo meant, this probably answers to somewhat that there is interest from the market, and the marketplace development goes hand in hand with that, and yeah.
Thank you. And last question before I see Ove is hovering here already.
Somebody specialist.
I'm very much specialist. I know very little about it. I can tell you that nothing comes in the pipe from outside of a pipe under the pressure. So if there is some leakages, so that's all. So no containments will be added during the transport.
And also, of course, these standards are now currently being defined. So what are kind of standards of hydrogen backbone by injecting?
All right, let's give a huge round of applause to the participants. Thank you. And then we are following on with the closing speech and remarks of Simo. And then the whole day is over afterwards. So we're very much looking forward to it. Thank you, Simo.
Yeah, so I feel pity that I wasn't here yesterday. I found actually the title of the event now very timely. We're talking about the aspect. And that's a view, like you heard already, we share very much. Some of the key ingredients. And then the second question, what comes there is that, okay, when you have that need, how would you then go about that? And I'll use kind of just a few slides about presentation to show H2 Springboard ecosystem like produced how do we kind of go and tackle these things? And then back to what I heard today. So it's about kind of creating this really the springboard with which we can take the leap that it actually becomes now. What is then the challenge? What is the challenge and the opportunity? That's now summarized in one number there. And that is the total capacity of the renewable projects, renewable electricity generation projects that are queuing up in Finland for grid connection. And then you can ask yourself, is 400 gigawatts a lot, a little? Well, the whole generation that we have in the country today is 20. This is now 20 times more power that would be generated and then into the pipeline. And then at this stage, then normally people come and say, okay, that's totally unrealistic. It happened. Well, these are actual real investors, real investment projects that are real. And then the total opportunity what we have is still 3 times that. We could actually build 3 times more. But then what is now obvious that, okay, if you just go about the traditional way, let's use now electricity, let's build more power lines. Let's take that electricity through, it would take you 100 years. Have best year we have ever added new capacity. Kind of traditional way. But then at the same time, these are real investors that have the money. And if they would have a buyer for that electricity, somebody would use it, they would be willing to invest. So how do we uncrack that? And there now comes hydrogen actually as a big lever. Because what you can do now, you can build hydrogen electrolyzers, you can integrate them with, say, your wind parks. So at the left, you have the renewables generation. And then what is emerging in Finland, we now have our gas grid, our national TSO gases, they have been tasked to, by 2030, set up hydrogen backbone infrastructure that would span the whole country from north border south. It is actually on that, goes all the way from here. Yeah, this is now the Baltic connector portion of it, but it is actually covering the entire country. And with that, what you can do is now you can generate electricity, say northern part of Finland, and then you can consume it elsewhere. Then what you can do with it, you can then produce all the green fuels, like I mentioned, the biogenic CO2 that we have, we could replace all the fuels we have in the country. And then you could decarbonize the industry, so the largest emitters, obviously, current refineries, gray hydrogen. And then the steel industry, now currently have a couple of. You could even produce protein. We have a Finnish startup company called Solar Foods who are doing gas fermentation. They are feeding microorganisms hydrogen and CO2. And what comes out is actually edible protein, which they have now a permit to sell in the US and soon. So it's kind of a wide variety of stuff you can do. But what you have to be able to do is that this stuff needs to scale, because the scale is absolutely huge. And what we do then is that we are putting those investment projects together with technology developers. We are seeing that, okay, how can we now expedite development? We already talked about the traditional model, which has started from research and developing the technology, problems being that it's a long journey, and then the ball is dropping between the phases. So what we have now done is that we have actually created an integrated model, where we start from identifying what's the challenge we are after, what's the innovation we are after. Then we assemble the development team, create the solution with it, and then it is supported by new technology, all integrated. And then the key thing for commercialization is that you have to be able to pilot those technologies early on so that somebody who wants to really take the use of the technology can make their project bankable. What we do, we integrate those pilot projects. And it is a growing ecosystem. So like I mentioned already, 150 million invested in this. What I'm very happy to see is that there are not only Finnish companies, but there are actually Estonian companies now, companies from France, Germany. And what we are now looking together is that how do we use that environment as green ground. So that's kind of what we do in this context. There are other similar projects running, other leading companies, but I would be very much welcoming somebody here today that has potential kind of a breakthrough. All about set up a company for it, and then we are there to, and the whole ecosystem is actually, how could we expedite this scale? Because the thing is, we don't have actually too much time. So if we look at, this is still linked, even though we talk about security of supply, that being kind of a big driver, this is still about sustainability at the same time. We really need to be able to scale, keep the planet happy. So I was very happy to be here, and I think you are on the right topic. I think we should stop it here. So raises interest. I would be happy to help with this ecosystem. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we don't have any time for questions right now, but let's thank Simo once again. It was really insightful. And before I tell you what's on the slide, you can already read it as well. Let's give a massive applause to all of the organizers, the partners, the presenters, the panel moderators, and everyone else who has come here and contributed as well. So, yes, thank you. Right there. Right there. And then I will see you next year. We will be celebrating our 10th Hydrogen Days, and this will take place on, again, October 8th and 9th, and possibly one day beforehand we will have some interesting tours to factories and startups as well that we are really excited about, and we have already started the discussions. So definitely keep an eye out, and I'll see you in a year.